I think my Aunt Zara's story is a good fit here. She had just arrived in small-town Russia. Wasn't fluent in the language, but knew enough to have a somewhat decent conversation. She had gone on account of some business venture, and had agreed to meet up with a contact there. I forget the guy's name exactly, so for the sake of this story, let's just call him Sergey. Stereotypical, I know. Anyway, she had been talking with Sergey on the phone. He was obviously a very charismatic and friendly chap. He said he'd arranged a hotel room for her. That way, when she arrived, she didn't have to worry about accommodation or anything like that. At the airport, there's a guy waiting for her with her name written on a board. This guy was Sergey's friend, the owner of the hotel that she was staying at. 5-star service, she thought. Now this guy was a bear of a man. Tall, bearded, and haggard-looking, probably from a lifetime of drinking. He tells her that Sergey was coming to meet her at the hotel in a couple of hours. Fair enough. That's what she had agreed with him over the phone. She does her best to chat with the large man in Russian. It ended up just being her asking him a bunch of questions, and him responding with a chuckle or a smile. She wasn't sure if he just wasn't the talkative type, or if he literally couldn't understand what she was saying. Put it this way, she was much better at listening to Russian than speaking it. Anyway, she hops in the car with this guy, and they drive to the hotel. I say hotel. Apparently, the place was just a normal-looking house, more like a B&B than anything else. Perhaps something had just gotten lost in translation. They step through the front door, and the bear-like man shows her where she'll be staying. He opens the door to her room, revealing a set of wooden steps leading down into the basement. Okay, this was starting to feel pretty off. You sure this is the right room? My aunt asks. Light switch is there. She could only just about make out what he was saying. She stepped inside to flick the switch, and as she did, she realized that she had just made a huge mistake. As soon as her body was completely inside the basement, the door slammed shut behind her. She heard the heart-sinking sound of the lock being bolted. She obviously begins to freak out and screams for the man to unlock the door immediately. No answer. She continued to shout, demanding that he unlock the door. Her screams fell on deaf ears. In that moment, she realized just how powerless she was. There was one small window in the basement, with thick metal bars across it. The only things down there were a dirty mattress in the corner, and a small pile of steel-linked chains on the floor. It was like a dungeon. All the stories and urban legends that she had heard about started flying through her head. The ones where people were held against their will for decades in some guy's basement, and the ones where people were forced to do unspeakable things. This was before cell phones, so she was completely alone, totally at the mercy of the man who had trapped her. She spent what must have been 15 terrifying minutes down there. She told me that, under those circumstances, 15 minutes feels like 15 hours. Then, from the hallway above, she heard the man talking with someone else. She could barely translate what they were saying, but whoever had walked in was not happy with the man who had locked her down there. The pair of them were shouting and arguing. That's when my aunt heard a familiar voice say something that filled her with both relief and horror. I told you, not this one. That's next week's girl. The door finally opened. Standing there was the man with the familiar voice. Sergey. Zara, there you are. There's been a mix-up. Come, I'll take you to a nice hotel. With that, she scrambled out of the basement, and, as you can imagine, straight onto the next plane home. Sergey obviously didn't want anything bad to happen to my aunt, but at the same time, He obviously knew about what was going on at the fake hotel. It even sounded like he was a part of it. To this day, my aunt doesn't know what that was all about. Were they luring girls to this fake hotel for human trafficking? Was it some sort of fetish dungeon? Perhaps it really was all just a major misunderstanding. For the sake of next week's girl, I really hope that was the case. Either way, there was no one to report the incident to. No one who would listen or care, at least. My aunt never went on any more international business trips after that. Not my story, but I'm involved in a way. Several years ago, my college roommate, let's call her E, worked as the night manager for a newly built hotel. As was par for the course, I would often bring coffee in at around 1 or 2 a.m. and stay and chat for a while. One night, I showed up to find E sitting at the front desk, shaking her head, looking completely perplexed. Allegedly, she had just checked in what could only be described as the doppelganger of our other roommate. We'll call her M. This guest looked just like her, down to the same height, hairstyle, eye colour, even the same southern accent, which is quite odd as we live in the north. He tried to speak with the new guest and show her a picture of M on her phone, but was rebuffed several times. We both chalked it up to a coincidence, as we knew that M was visiting her parents. We went on to enjoy our coffee. Shortly after 2, I decided to head home. It wasn't until around 2:30 a.m. when I pulled into our garage that I checked my phone. There was a series of texts from E sent to me and M. She had sent these messages at exactly 2:17 a.m. Stop. Not funny. You guys suck. What the hell? Naturally, I was confused, so I called her back. This is when things got weird. E sounded hysterical on the phone. Apparently, Em and I, in the same clothes I wore earlier, had been standing at the end of the main hallway, staring at her. E thought this was a joke and kept calling out to no response. Eventually, the front desk phone rang, and in the time it took to answer it, we both had disappeared. I calmed her down over the phone, and the next morning we talked through the possibilities, trying to rationalize what she saw. The guest who did look like Em came back down to the front desk later that morning, inquiring about some service. Much to E's surprise, this so-called doppelganger only looked vaguely similar to our roommate now. The only thing that scares me to this day, and that I never told her, was that when I got into our house, the kitchen clock was stuck at 2:17. Directly next to it sat a photo of Em and I, smiling, that I had only developed that afternoon. I still have no explanation, and nothing weird ever happened at the hotel again, but it still makes me uneasy to this day. Staying at a hotel, I got into the lift from the top floor to head down. The lift stopped at the 4th floor. The door opened. I saw people outside, standing still, making no attempt to come in, despite me being alone inside. There was room for everybody. The automatic lift door then closed, and before it had completely shut, I heard someone outside saying, "Why is the lift so full of people?" Excuse me for not being an amazing storyteller, but this is definitely a true story. My mother used to work at a hotel in Washington, D.C. It was back in the 90s, and she was a housekeeper, or maid. She needed money because she was a refugee from Vietnam. Even though she didn't know much English at the time, she knew enough to get by at her job. Plus, all the other hotel staff and guests loved her because of how sweet she was. Because of this, Anytime high-profile guests, such as the Backstreet Boys, would come and stay at the hotel, the manager always sent my mum to clean their rooms. One day, a guest came. We'll refer to him as Mr. M. He checked into their most expensive suite. As usual, the manager told my mum to take care of this room. As she got there was a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door, so she told the manager that she'd go back later. What was weird was that no one was ever allowed into Mr. M's room. The man stayed there for over a month, and not one time did he let any staff come in to clean. However, he paid a lot, and he always gave a warm welcome every time he passed a staff member or housekeeper, so no one paid him any attention really. Then, one day, people didn't see him anymore. They assumed he had checked out, even though the receptionist had no account of that. Since it had been so long since the room had been cleaned, the manager told my mum to go and check it out, and try and clean up what she could. As she got to the room and unlocked the door, a disturbing smell hit her. She couldn't figure out what it was, but she continued to survey the room. It was disgustingly messy. In her words, it looked like someone had thrown a rave, despite the fact that no one else had ever gone into Mr. M's room. None of the other guests, at least. It looked like Mr. M had deserted the place without telling anyone. My mum was still shocked by the smell, so she tried to track it down. As she followed the smell, she could tell it was coming from the closet. When she opened the closet, there was nothing but a cardboard box on the ground. The smell was clearly resonating from it. My mother's first instinct was to open the box to see what it was, and to clean and throw it out. What she found scarred her. It was the rotting, decomposing head of a young woman. My mother immediately screamed and got out of there. She fainted in the elevator. Once she woke up, the cops were everywhere, and the hotel was like a CSI scene. The manager told her that Mr. M wasn't the guy's real name, and he had used a fake credit card to check in. The head of the woman was identified to be that of a call girl. I don't know much more, or any of the nitty-gritty details, but I'm sure you can look it up on the internet for more information. Needless to say, my mum quit that day. Staying at a hotel one night, I was reading a book in bed when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. I looked up to see a man staring in at me from the window, his eyes bulging. I shrieked and locked myself in the bathroom. After mustering up enough courage to come back out, the man at the window was gone. Nobody else had reported a peeping Tom staring in at them through their windows, and that was basically the end of the matter. None of this would have been particularly scary had my room not been on the 18th floor. There was no balcony, and no way for him to get where he was, much less get away. Whoever, or whatever he was, I can still picture his face pressed up against the glass in my mind's eye. I worked at a Canard Inn's doing banquet serving. I showed up to a shift, and the hotel was completely full of police. I tried to ask what was going on, and they couldn't tell me. My next shift, I asked one of the cleaning staff what had happened. Apparently, a woman and a man had checked into the hotel at around 11 p.m. At around 2 a.m., 2 more men came into the hotel and went to their room. All 4 of them left together a couple of hours later. When the cleaning staff came to clean the room at around 11 a.m., they found that the room was completely blood-soaked, splattered all over the walls and the floor. The mattress was soaked all the way through with blood. The cleaning lady joked about some sort of blood orgy. Since all of the guests left together, there was no murder investigation. To this day, I still wonder about what happened in that room. How could they all be walking out all healthy and fine if that much blood was lost? I worked as a chef for a Hilton. I remember speaking to one of the managers of a different downtown hotel, a very high-end place. He told me this story. The manager was on his way out of the hotel after working one evening, and he saw a homeless guy a ways out, sleeping on the lawn. He decided to walk back in, and told the front desk employees to try and get him off the property. He came back in for work the next morning, and saw the same homeless guy still sleeping on the lawn. He ran in to chew out the front desk manager. Why hadn't the employees done as he had asked? They both walked out to get the bum to leave, but found that the bum was wearing a nice suit coat. Turns out, it was a wealthy businessman who had jumped off the 12th-story balcony and had just been there all night and half the day, dead on the lawn. No one saw him fall. Sad story, actually. I was having a drunken heart-to-heart with my dad the other night, and we were sharing some stories from the past. He told me an experience he had back in the late 1980s, which he described as the luckiest escape of his life. After hearing the story, I'm inclined to agree. He was about 25 years old, and going through a rough patch in his life. Him and my future mum had just broken up, and they would later get back together, but that's a different story. Anyway, he needed to get away for a while. As such, he decided to rent out a cabin for the weekend. Just him, the birdsong, and a few beers. He booked one in this really remote, wooded area. He goes and collects the keys from the cabin's owner, a really nice guy in his 30s. Friendly, helpful, no trouble whatsoever. He gives him a quick tour of all the rooms, asks if there's anything more he can do, and then leaves my dad to it. My dad spends his first day there, relaxing and recharging, enjoying the beautiful scenery, and trying to take his mind off his crummy situation. On that first evening there, he heads out on a long walk through the nearby woods. He wants to clear his head outside before the sun sets. He gets a little bit lost, however. By the time he gets back to the cabin, it's already dark. He enters the cabin, and immediately, something strikes him as weird. The curtains at the back of the cabin were drawn closed. Strange. He didn't remember closing them before he went out on the walk. Then again, his head was all over the place that weekend. "Hello?" he calls out. No response. Shaking it off as a mistaken memory, he walks into the bedroom to go to sleep. Again, something seems off inside. It wasn't the curtains again. There weren't any windows in the bedroom area. He says there was just a strange atmosphere in the room. He felt tense and ill at ease. Something in the back of his mind, his subconscious, told him that there was a threat nearby. He grabbed his car keys and jacket, walked out the front door, got into his car, and drove to a hotel. For whatever reason, he refused to stay in that cabin. At the end of the weekend, he returns to the cabin at around 4 p.m. to drop the keys back to the owner. To his surprise, the owner's already there, along with several police officers. They're all astonished to see my dad. You see, the cabin's owner had come by a little earlier than he and my dad had agreed to collect the keys. Obviously, my dad wasn't there, so the owner had a look around the cabin to check that everything was alright. On the couch in the living room, there was a large, muddy shovel. That was a little weird, he thought. Then, he entered the bedroom. Inside, he found several Polaroid pictures laid out neatly on the bed. They were of my dad, taken at various points throughout the day. One of him drinking a beer outside, one of him looking out the window. One was even of the cabin owner handing him the keys. They had all been taken from within the tree line. On the back of the last picture, someone had left a handwritten message. So close. Realizing that someone had been stalking my dad from the very beginning of his trip, and that my dad was now missing, the owner immediately called the police. When they arrived, they scoured the woods in search of my dad. Not too deep in, they found a freshly dug hole, 4 foot deep, 7 foot in length. My dad arrived an hour later. The brain's a funny thing. Sometimes the subconscious takes in information that we aren't fully aware of. Perhaps something else was slightly out of place in the bedroom, or just different to how we left it. Whatever the case, the warning signals went off, and he listened. If this story has taught me anything, it's to always listen to my gut. Instinct probably saved my dad's life that night. This didn't just happen to me, but my friends, Macy, Eric, and Dorian too, while we were all out on a trip in northwest Montana. Macy's parents had a cottage out by Flathead Lake. One weekend, we all decided to head over there and do a spot of fishing. In this digital age, it's very easy to lose touch with nature. Personally, I was starting to feel like a caged animal that summer, trapped indoors with no reason to go outside. No reason other than my crappy part-time job. I guess we all just wanted to reconnect with the great outdoors. They say that when you're around old friends, you act the same age that you were when you met them. That was definitely true for us. We were a bunch of 19-year-olds, goofing around like we'd just hit puberty. Some things never change. We get to the cabin. It's absolutely beautiful. A serene little log cabin, far out in the middle of nowhere. It was nice to get away from the bustle of our town. The cabin still had internet and everything, so it's not like we were totally living off the grid. But for us, this was going to be a taste of what it felt like to be a real outdoorsman. We all unpack and get to fishing as planned. Not many bites that day, sadly. Dorian wandered off by himself, looking for a better fishing spot. When he finally came back a while later, he seemed a little agitated. He told us that while out fishing a ways away, he heard what he thought was rustling in the tree line to his right. Concerned about what it might be, he kept an eye on the area. Most of his attention was still focused on his rod in the water, when he heard what he thought was a bell ringing from the same spot in the trees. He swore that he saw a figure watching him from the bushes. Not that he could make out many features. He was still a fair distance away, but it looked like he was wearing a hoodie, crouching. That's when he grabbed his gear and hightailed it back to us. This put us all on edge. The closest cabin to ours was far, far away. We weren't expecting to see another soul this whole weekend. Still, it was probably nothing. We called it a day and headed back to the cabin early. We ate dinner and joked around until sunset. We all kept occasionally glancing out the window. None of us said what we were looking for, but it was obvious that Dorian's story had made us all a little paranoid. Being the dumb kids we were at heart though, we decided to stick around for the night. When you're deep in nature, the nights are particularly dark. No light pollution. Looking out the window was like looking into the abyss unless you pressed your face right up to the glass. Then you could just about make out the outlines of the trees that surrounded us. To us, the slight fear we were all feeling was kind of fun. You know when you're with your buddies and you get spooked by something, but for whatever reason, you all kind of stick around and try to spook each other as well? Well, it was kind of like that. If any of us were by ourselves, we'd have been freaking out, but since we were all together, it was a sort of mini rush. Eventually, it starts getting late and we hit the hay. We're all sleeping in separate areas of the cabin. I'm in the living space on the couch. I'm exhausted from the long day, and the sound of the wind outside is sending me off to sleep. I'm almost out cold. I hear the distinct sound of a bell ringing. It was coming from just outside the front of the cabin. It sounds off once, and again, and again. Sometimes quick and loud, sometimes slow and faint. I'm sitting upright in a heartbeat, and I don't have to call for my friends. They're all congregating in the living space now, keeping their voices low. It's the guy from the bushes, Dorian whispered to us all. He's outside the cabin. Pressing my eyes close to the window, I could see that he wasn't wrong. Out in front of the cabin, facing us, was a figure in a goddamn rocking chair. He was sitting stiff, rocking back and forth in the breeze. We have no idea how to react. After a while of watching in fear, Macy, the bravest of the group, opens up the window and shouts to the guy to go away, that his prank wasn't funny. The guy in the chair doesn't react. It just sits there, rocking gently, the sound of the bell ringing out. We grab a few knives and cautiously walk out the front door of the cabin, staying in a tight group. I was just following Macy at this point, to be honest, hoping that he knew what he was doing. "Get out of here," Macy shouts, as we slowly get closer to the guy. Again, he doesn't react, and for good reason. The guy in the chair isn't alive. It's an old, dead man. We panic. Eric made a break for the tree line before coming to his senses and running back to the cabin with the rest of us. We locked the door and made sure all of the windows were sealed tight. Then we called the authorities. It took what felt like a lifetime for them to finally find us. They were just as weirded out by the dead old man as we were. Examining him in greater detail, they said that whoever he was, he'd been dead for a long time. They could tell from the decomposition. He was most likely disinterred from his grave. Some sicko had dug this poor guy up and put him in that damn rocking chair. Whoever had done this had also tied a small bell around the man's neck, which rang out as the chair rocked back and forth. A very light set of footprints could be made out in the dirt, leading up to the chair from the tree line. The authorities couldn't find a set leading back though, so God knows what direction the perpetrator walked off in. To our knowledge, the investigation never came to anything. Whoever was watching Dorian from the woods that day remains at large. Why they dug up the old man and used him to terrorize us, I have no idea. While I was growing up, my family would visit the same lake every year for a week every summer. We'd stay in the same cabin every time. As we got older, we would visit a large rock we called the Cliffs and jump off it. The rock was only 15 feet tall at its highest point, but the water was really, really deep. When we got older, we'd jump in and try to touch the bottom, but we never could. When my brother and I were in our teens, we took kayaks out to the cliffs to jump off on our own. We jumped off several times, and when we got too cold, we'd take a break on the top of the cliffs to warm up in the sun. As we were sitting there, we noticed a white shape in the water, floating towards the surface. It was a letter. H. Eventually, it sank back down into the water, and we lost sight of it. Before we could look away or say anything, another shape was floating upwards. It was the letter E. Eventually, it too sank below, but it was soon followed by two more letters, L and P. We didn't jump in after that. We stood up and left without saying a word. We never mentioned it to anyone, and I forgot it even happened after a while. Several years ago, I was working as a camp counselor, and I told this as a ghost story. I'd forgotten about it, and I texted my brother to see if I hadn't just made it up completely. I asked him if he remembered the time we went to the jumping cliffs alone and saw something in the water. He replied yes, that he did remember. I asked him what it was, and his reply was, letters. They spelled help. I was spending a long weekend with my family in this log cabin. Nobody else around for miles. It was late afternoon, and I decided to go for a walk by myself through the woods. About 10 minutes in, something starts to feel a little off. I realize that it's because of the sound, or more specifically, the lack of it. The woods had become dead silent. No bird chirps, rustlings, or general nature noises at all. Just pure, unnatural silence. Anyone who spends a lot of time outdoors will tell you that a quiet forest is a dangerous forest. I hear someone approaching from in front of me. When he comes into view, I see that it's a lone man in his 50s. As we come to pass each other, I get a close look at him. He's got thinning, grey hair, deep wrinkles across his forehead, piercing grey eyes, sickly, patchy skin. The reason I'm mentioning the details of his face is to highlight that this wasn't a mask. He's got this big smile plastered on his face, and his eyes are so wide they look like they're bulging out of his skull. This expression is frozen on his face. As we get closer to one another, his head turns so that he can keep his unblinking eyes fixed on me. A little creeped out, I give him a polite nod. He gives me nothing in return, just that wide-eyed, toothy smile. As we finally cross by each other, his head is turned to the side, his vision still fixed on me. I continue past him, but I'm on guard for obvious reasons. What the hell was this guy doing out in these woods, so far from civilization? There wasn't a house besides our cabin for miles. I glance over my shoulder to check that he's not following me. The blood drains from my face when I see him. He's still walking away from me, but his head is facing me, like it's on backwards, an impossible angle. That messed up expression still on his face. I'm overcome by this sinking feeling, and I sprint off deeper into the woods. I want to put as much distance between me and him as possible. When I feel safe enough, I slow down and slap myself back into reality. The birds are chirping like normal again. Whoever that man was, he was walking in the direction of our cabin, but none of my family members caught sight of him. If this was some sort of prank, then I have no idea how he managed to get that effect. It was too real. Nor can I think why he'd be out in those woods, all by himself, where he'd most likely encounter no one. I still get nervous when I pass by strangers in the woods, and I always turn to check that they're not keeping an eye on me after I pass them. In March of 2003, back when I was 17 years old, my younger brother and I took a weekend camping trip up to Los Padres National Forest. We'd gone there many times with our family for day camping, swimming, and just lounging around. This time, we went alone for a 2-night camping trip at our favourite spot. It's a place that most locals simply refer to as the Gorge. I'll never forget that weekend, but for all the wrong reasons. We got there Saturday morning at around 9 AM and hiked the 5 miles out to the Gorge. The Gorge is a large swimming hole with a huge 60-foot rock cliff boulder that visitors love to jump from into the deep water below. The jumping rock cliff is very steep, and you have to jump in a very specific location to ensure that you don't hit the rocks protruding from the wall face. The Gorge has many primitive camping areas, and is overall a beautiful, yet isolated place. The first day was very fun, and after a long day of swimming, catching crawdads, jumping from rocks, and just relaxing, we set up our tent, made a fire, and ate our cans of SpaghettiOs and a few crawdads we had cooked for dinner. Towards the end of our dinner, we were visited by a large group of students who were camping farther down the river. They stated that they were students from the Bay Area, and had a few nights left in their almost 2-week-long school camping trip. We offered them some of our chips and snacks, and chatted with them for a bit before they made their hike back to their camping spot. It soon got dark, and my brother and I got ready for bed. My brother was 2 years younger than me, and had a deep fear of isolation, so we slept in the same tent, and agreed that we'd keep our fire burning the entire night to ease his anxieties. We put 5 large logs on the fire, and crept inside our tent, and got in our sleeping bags. We both fell asleep very fast, as we were exhausted from the day. Around 2:30 in the morning, we were both awoken by a large splash of water near our tent that puts out our fire. We heard no voices, and couldn't see much from inside our tent. froze in terror. My brother began to cry, and I tried to calm him down. I told him I'd go outside and investigate, and that everything would be okay. Said our water bladder must have fallen from the tree where it was hung, and that I'm sure it's some kind of coincidence. I grabbed my flashlight, unzipped our tent, and stepped outside. I pointed the flashlight over to the fire pit, and saw 4 large men sitting around our fireplace, all staring at me with what I can only describe as expressionless faces. It appeared as though they had slit open our 2-gallon water bladder and tossed it into our fire. I was in shock and didn't know what to say. For about 5 seconds, none of them said anything. We just stared at each other. Then, in a very drunk voice, one of them said, "Get your pussy friend out here too." I then heard my brother hyperventilating and screaming and crying in our tent in a way that made me feel so helpless. I had no weapons, and my brother and I were outnumbered 2 to 1. I asked the men what they wanted, and told them that we could just leave, and that we were sorry if we were taking their camping spot or invading their area. They ignored my questions, just stood up. That's when I see that 2 of the 4 men were holding something in their hands. They were long, sword-shaped in appearance, like a machete or a short sword, but they looked homemade, primitive. The men yelled at us to get up and to bring our pussy asses with them. I thought for a second that these might be drunken rangers, merely mad at us for having too big of a fire. But once I glanced at their clothing and saw their baggy jeans and their black and grey hoodies, I knew we weren't so lucky. I had heard in the past that drug dealers and Mexican cartels had been caught hiding their marijuana plants in the forest, and wondered if these men were of a similar breed, and somehow felt like we were a threat to their crops. We were in fear for our lives. The men didn't touch us or directly threaten us with violence, but the threat was definitely implied in their tone, and I knew we didn't have any choice in the matter. We followed the lead male, while the other 3 men fell back behind us. My brother put his hand on my shoulder and was visibly shaking. He then whispered to me that they were walking us in the direction of the 60-foot rock cliff, and that we needed to run. I was petrified and hadn't been paying attention to where they were leading us, but when he said it, I realized he was right. I stopped dead in my tracks and said to the men, "What are you gonna do to us?" The lead male said in a very slurred voice, "We're just gonna have some fun, you pussies." I felt like we really had no choice but to do what they said, and hope that they were merely screwing with us, and that this would all be over soon. After about 30 seconds of walking, we arrived at the jumping spot on top of the boulder, overlooking the Gorge swimming area. One of the men then asked, "Have you guys ever jumped from here?" I told them, yes, I had, but my brother hadn't, as it was a pretty high jump, and was very dangerous for most people due to the height of the rocks below. The men laughed, and again called my brother a pussy. I told them we weren't pussies, but it just wasn't safe to do it in the dark. The men then formed a half circle around us, and one of them said, "I want to see. Show us you're not a bunch of pussies." I screamed at them that it was too dangerous at night, and that during the day it was dangerous enough. I told them that there are many rocks down there that you have to avoid, and that if you don't jump precisely correctly, the jump will kill you. I pleaded and pleaded. The men just laughed and took a few steps closer to us. I was beyond scared, and could hear my heart beating through my ears. My brother, by this point, was crying loudly, and saying things I couldn't understand. He was beyond terrified. So was I. I grabbed his hand and told him that we needed to get away from these men, and that we were in great danger. I told him I had jumped off the boulders into the water before, and knew where to jump, and that if he jumped with me, we'd be okay. I told him I'd use my flashlight to help guide us, and that I'd tell him where to put his feet and how far to jump. The men continued to laugh as we had our conversation, and showed zero humanity or pity. I held my brother's hand, and placed his feet onto a specific spot on the rock ledge where I remembered jumping from last time I was there months before. I explained to him that I knew he was scared, and so was I, but that we needed to jump out as far as we possibly could, and slightly to the right, otherwise we'd hit the rocks. He was shaking, crying, and kept telling me that he couldn't do it. He then urinated on the floor. The men laughed and laughed and continued to berate us. I then told my brother we needed to jump now, and that he'd be okay if he listened to me. I told him that after we jumped, we'd swim to the shore on the right, and would hide in the bushes until daybreak, and go for help then. I then grabbed his hand tightly, and told him that once we hit the water, he needed to tuck his legs and arms in, so that they wouldn't get hurt from the impact of the water. I then instructed him that he needed to swim hard to the surface, as we'd sink pretty far down due to the height of the jump. I grabbed his hand, and we jumped. I pulled him hard with me to ensure that he'd be safe from the rocks below. We fell for what felt like a minute, but in reality was only a few seconds. My brother yelled all the way down in a way I've never heard another human being scream before. Terror, dread, and fear of imminent death reverberated from his voice. I felt helpless and almost forgot where we were for those few seconds. Then we hit the water. As soon as we hit, I lost my grip on my brother's hand, but I did hear a second impact in the water. I swam up towards the surface with all of my energy and took a deep breath. I then listened for my brother to surface, and heard nothing. I panicked and dove down into the water to try and grab him. Just as I dove, I felt his leg brush against my hand and realized he was about to surface. I swam up again and heard my brother. He was crying and kept saying that his arm had hit a rock on the way down and that he couldn't feel it. The men above were laughing again, and I heard one of them say, "They actually fucking made it. Those pussies." I then heard objects splashing in the water around us and realized that they were throwing beer bottles or rocks or some other hard objects at us. I quickly grabbed my brother by his shirt and helped him swim to the nearby shore. The whole time we swam, tons of objects landed dangerously close to us, and I remember thinking, if any of these hit us on the head, it's gonna kill us. I'd lost my flashlight during the fall, and we were in complete darkness. We reached the water's edge, and I pulled my brother to the shore. Objects continued to rain down around us, and we could hear the men yelling and laughing. I told my brother that we needed to run. He was crying, and he was holding his injured arm, which he still couldn't feel or use. It had a deep cut around the elbow, and even with just the starlight, we could see it was a serious injury. We stumbled down the tree line and began making our way through the darkness to one of the main trails, using only my memory as a guide. We fell again and again, and were cut by branches and rocks all over our bodies as we wandered about down the overgrown trail. Everything in my body told me to keep going and to get as far away from these men as we could. We walked for many minutes until we could no longer hear the men, and then we waited. I wrapped my brother's arm with my shirt and told him it was all over and that all we had to do now was wait until morning for help. We sat in that spot all night, and my brother cried and shook for hours. I just put my arm around him and patted his head, just like when we were children and he had a panic attack and our parents weren't around. At daybreak, we finally see the severity of his injuries. He had a deep gash in his arm, and his shoulder was obviously dislocated. I helped him hike up the nearby trail, and we walked all the way back to the base camp ranger station. We explained what had happened to the rangers, and they sent 2 armed officers to go and investigate the location. My brother was sent to a nearby hospital for treatment, and I joined him in the ambulance ride over. The rangers never found the men, but did retrieve most of our gear. The scary thing about this incident is that same week, 2 teenage boys were found dead at the bottom of the Gorge jumping area. They had been a part of the school trip group we had met earlier. Their camping ground had been invaded by a group of people with similar machete-like objects who chased them off their camping spot. I'm glad to be alive, and my brother and I have never gone camping alone again, nor have we been back to the Gorge. All we have left from the incident are the scars on my brother's arm, hospital bills, and a lot of trauma. An article about the death of the 2 teenage boys can be found in the description below. I can only hope that their deaths were accidents like the authorities ruled. I didn't find out about their deaths until 7 years later, but was horrified by the similar circumstances and the timing of the 2 events. This took place in my home country on a family farm in the great outdoors. I have an aunt on my father's side of the family. She was childless, even after 10+ years of marriage, and this bothered her greatly. On top of that, she and her husband were always curt towards one another. So, after a while, it became a sort of open secret in my family that my uncle had a girl on his farm, a mistress who he had been seeing behind my aunt's back. This mistress was a lower caste farm worker and his keep. They would stay at her hut, and eventually had a baby daughter together. They were able to keep the child a secret for 2 years before my aunt found out. Now, my aunt was always a bit unhinged, so when she heard the news that her husband had decided to marry the young farmhand and give their daughter his official name, she went crazy. She hired professional hitmen called Ramoshis and told them to break into the young girl's hut at night and kill everyone there. Well, Ramoshis don't kill children, so to finish the job, she turned up at the site, and while the Ramoshis killed the girl, her younger sister, her mother, and her father, my aunt strangled the 2-year-old child in her sleep. Somehow, someone saw the Ramoshis running away from the crime scene and were able to identify my aunt with them. After a prolonged court hearing in which my family lost most of their resources, my aunt was found guilty and was given a life sentence. This was over 25 years ago now, back when my mother was pregnant with me. I'd never even seen this aunt in my entire life. However, I've always been told how much I look like her. She was one of the most good-looking women in our family, so I guess people say it as a compliment. She'll be out of jail in September of this year. She's been told that one of her nieces looks just like her, and apparently she's very interested in meeting me. Fuck my life. When I was young, I lived in quite a small town in Queensland, Australia. The whole town was surrounded by bush in every direction for hundreds of kilometers, so we had a lot of room to play. This particular story is about the first time my friends and I got drunk. In the winter, the level of water would drop significantly, enough for us to camp in the riverbed. My best mate's parents owned a pub at the time, so him and I were in charge of gathering the drinks for our little camping trip we had planned. Our mission? To finally pop our drunk cherry. The place we had in mind was out near an old indigenous settlement. We made our way down into the riverbank, which was low on the side we came in, and really high on the other side. You couldn't see through to the other side due to all of the trees on the top. It was kind of unnerving knowing that someone could be watching us up there and we wouldn't even know. There's about 7 of us in the camp, and our parents have no idea we're out here, or what we're doing. We lied and said we were staying at a friend's place. We set up our camp and build a little shelter for us all to sleep under. We're all set up and start drinking as the sun is setting. Soon it's dark and we're in full swing, mixing drinks, singing songs, and throwing stuff in the water, just generally making a whole heap of noise. As we're starting to wind down, one of my friends says he saw something move on the top of the riverbank, on the steep side. We all say that he's full of shit and should calm down, but he's adamant that there's someone up there. So we all start calling out, "Hey, come out you pussy," and other such things, being brave well beyond our years. To our surprise, a bearded man wearing straggly clothes and no shoes, comes out of the tree line and stands on the edge, and just stares at us. We all go silent, waiting for him to do something, but for about 5 minutes he just stands there, and then retreats back into the tree line. We all talk amongst ourselves and get a bit nervous, but we soon forget about it. About an hour later, the guy returns, but he isn't on the bank anymore. Instead, he's coming out of the shadows from the other side of the bank and entering our camp. He comes over and stands by the fire, just joins our group of 12-year-old kids and stands there. We're all officially a bit scared and don't really know what to do or say, so we just sit there in silence. Eventually, one of my friends gathers up the courage to speak to him. "G'day, mate. How are you? You okay?" The guy just stares at my friend, and then starts staring at each of us in turn, spending a little bit of time on each of us. My friend tries again. "Hey, you okay? What's your name?" The man snaps his head back at my friend and stares at him wide-eyed for at least 2 minutes before answering. Without blinking, he says in a raspy whisper, "That's none of your fucking business." I swear to God, he hisses like a cat. Then this guy jumps back, screaming and staring at the fire like it had just appeared or something, and runs off up the steep bank in record time. It was impossible to get up this thing, so we all stand there, speechless. We decide that it's best to just stoke the fire up, because it's about a 19-kilometer walk in the pitch black back to town, and we weren't confident on that, so stoke the fire we did. We sat up for as long as we could, keeping watch, not really talking. We all eventually dozed off, one by one. When we woke up in the morning, everything was gone. All of our alcohol, all our bags, all our shoes, all our blankets, everything. The creepy thing was that none of us woke up while someone robbed us blind, and there wasn't a single footprint. We were sleeping in wettish sand, so there should have been footprints everywhere, but there were none, not even our own. It looked like we hadn't even been there. Needless to say, we bailed and ran most of the way back to our town. Our feet were all cut up and messy by the time we got back. We never did tell our parents about that camping trip. If you guys want me to add more stories about my hometown, I can. Scariest stuff of my life happened there. This happened fairly recently. I'm a late 20s male, around 6'4" and about 180 pounds. I'm sometimes too nice to my friends. I tend to do favors for them, even if it's pretty ridiculous, just so long as it's not terribly out of my way. Most of the time it's, "Help, I'm drunk, I need a ride home." Well, one night at around 1:30 a.m, I get a call. A very drunk friend of mine, Claire, is begging me to come and pick her up and give her a ride home. The bar she's at is closing soon, and she's too drunk to drive. The place isn't too far from my house, about a 10 or a 15-minute drive, but the issue is that she lives about 35 to 45 minutes away on the other side of town. Claire has been extremely nice to me in the past, and I did owe her a solid, so at about 10 to 2, I grab my keys and my concealed carry and leave the house. I get to the bar around 5 minutes after 2, and she's sitting outside on a bench by the doorman. I pull into the parking lot, which is pretty empty since the bar's closed, and I'm assuming that the cars remaining were the workers who had yet to leave. I get out of the car and start walking to Claire, who's kind of slumped over. I was hoping she wasn't passed out drunk, and when I got to her, the doorman asked me if I was her ride, John. I told him yes, showed my ID for proof, and what he said next was of some concern. He kind of pulls me in and says, "Hey, I was supposed to leave when we closed, but I have a strong feeling your friend's been roofied. She's been on the porch drinking all night, and some guy kept hovering around her. I assumed it was a boyfriend or whatever, but she never turned to talk to the guy. She was either drinking or chatting with other girls around her. Well, anyways, she chugged her last drink, came up to me and told me you were coming to pick her up. Then she asked if she could sit beside me. She told me she felt very dizzy and sick. I told her sure, hoping she just drank too much, and she passed out right after she sat down. After that, I couldn't see that guy anymore, but I didn't want to take any chances. So, visibly concerned, I thank the guy profusely. He even helps me carry Claire to my car. Midway to carrying her, she's kind of coming to, like someone just waking up after surgery. That really groggy, not knowing where you are, talking all kinds of nonsense type deal. I don't remember exactly what she was talking about, but I'm sure if I wasn't on high alert about her possibly being drugged, it would have been some funny shit. So we get her buckled in, and I thank the guy again, and he just says he hopes she gets home safe. So now, hoping my friend is only stupid drunk and not drugged, I start driving to her house. The whole time, I'm trying to keep an eye on her and one eye on the road. She's now snoring asleep, which puts me at ease a bit. But about halfway to her house, my fuel light comes on. Cursing the fuel economy of a sports car, I pull into the next gas station. It's one of those small gas stations that doesn't have 24-hour store. I'm on extra high alert while I start to pump my gas. The gas station's about a block away from the freeway and right at the corner of the intersection. The street itself is pretty dark, with lonely lampposts shining very pitiful lights at large intervals. Get that really dead feeling, like this place is just abandoned. To give an idea of positioning, because this is important, the gas station is at the corner of the intersection. The storefront would be facing south, and we were right in front of it where the pumps were. The east would be where the air pumps for tires and parking spaces were, and the north would be a diesel fuel pump right behind the store, accessible from the street behind the gas station. I drive a Corvette, so the pillar is on the rear end of the car, and I'm leaning against the rear looking around. To my left, I hear this weird metallic scraping sound. I turn and see this guy, about 20 feet away from me, come around the corner, dragging a long metal pipe on the ground. I immediately sense that I'm in a possibly dangerous situation now. The guy looks almost possessed, but he's not looking at me. Rather, he's trying to look into my car. I'm on the defensive, but I hope I can get him to leave, so I call out, "Hey, everything alright?" Without looking at me, he answers back, "You took my girlfriend from me. I'm here to take her back." Now he turns to look at me, and he's got blood in his eyes. Before he begins to take a step though, I start yelling, hoping it'll get him to back off. Like I said, I'm over 6 foot, and not exactly skinny. I'm not exactly bulky either, but I do have a really deep voice. Back the fuck off, turn around and leave, and no one has to get hurt. He takes a step towards me, clearly unimpressed. So, almost automatically, I pull my handgun from the inside waistband holster and draw a bead on him. Back the fuck off! You don't have to die. Pretty sure my voice cracked because A, I'm scared shitless. No amount of self-defense classes and time at the range prepares you emotionally for this kind of situation. B, even though I carry, I'm really against violence, and killing someone is not something I want to do. And C, did I mention I'm fucking scared? Anyway, in a panic, the fucker throws the pipe at me. It whizzes by, thankfully not towards my car, but to my right, and I dive behind my car for cover. I have no idea if he has a gun himself or what, but I was going to put some kind of cover between me and him. By the time I kneel up and aim over the rear of my car, he's booked it. I hear a car door slam and tires screech, and he launches off the curb on the east side of the lot and is tearing down the road, swaying all over the place. In my own panicked hurry, I pull the pump out of the car, screw the cap on, and tear out of there myself. Claire, however, is still passed out in my car, and now I'm afraid, because I'm convinced she's been drugged, and we were followed by that guy. Me being more concerned about her earlier and keeping my eyes on the road, I mustn't have noticed being followed. The whole way back to her house, I'm wary of any car that's behind me. I'm also driving very aggressively, speeding like a jackass, and when I get to Claire's neighborhood, I circle a separate block that's not hers 4 times to make sure no one's followed me. When I was satisfied I wasn't being followed anymore, I pulled up to her house and tried to shake her awake. She's doing that groggy, waking up stuff from before, but now she's able to get up. I'm able to walk her to the door, and I get her keys from her bag. Thank God, I think. I was worried I was going to have to call an ambulance if she didn't wake up. I managed to walk her inside, and at this point, she's kind of coming around, asking me what's going on, where she is, etc. I tell her she's home and get her to lie down. She's completely lost looking, and her eyes start to well up. She clings to me and starts sobbing. She's still very out of it, but I'm guessing she realizes something bad was going on, or attempted on her. I was able to get her to go to sleep. I write a note for her, which pretty much said, "Hey, I'll be in the next room. We're going to the hospital tomorrow morning to get you checked out." Fast forward to the morning. She's sick as a dog, and after she expelled some demons from her stomach, I drove her to the hospital where she got tested and treated. They did a urine test and found traces of REMASTERED. In the days after, we went back to the bar and let them know what happened. I gave as good a description of the guy as I could. Claire decided against filing a police report, and I respectfully went with her wishes. I still shudder to think what might have happened had I not had my gun with me. I do know martial arts, but that's not something I want to take against a crazy person with a pipe. Claire still doesn't remember much from the night, except calling me and wanting to sit next to the doorman. My advice for you guys listening: either be with friends you trust when you go out, or at least be vigilant if you're by yourself. That night could have ended badly in 1,000 different ways, but thankfully, even luckily, everyone made it out safe. I've always had really intense, vivid dreams ever since I was a kid. At least once every week, I wake up and remember pretty much everything I dreamt during the night. The scenarios in the dreams vary, but there's a few recurring ones. Some pleasant, some less so. But one thing that links a lot of them together is this one character who frequently appears. I have no idea who he is, but I can picture his face in my head as if he were my own brother. He's always been the same age as me. When I was a kid, so was he, and now that I'm 28, he's a grown man in my dreams too. It's unmistakably the same guy every time. Tan skin, shaggy, unkempt hair, piercing eyes. I read somewhere online that your mind can't make up new faces by itself while you're asleep. You have to have actually seen the person in the flesh at some point, maybe just passed them in the street. Anyway, 2 weeks ago, I was out of state at a gas station. While I'm inside waiting to pay, some guy busts in with a gun in his hand, screaming at the clerk to open up the register and threatening to blow our fucking heads off. I'm backing away with my hands in full view, terrified out of my mind. The clerk is shakily pulling the cash out for the guy. The robber glances at my face and does a double take. Now, staring at me, the colour almost seems to drain away from his face. I knew what was going through his head. It was the same thing that was going through mine. Recognition and confusion. This was unmistakably him. That guy I'd been dreaming about for years. My partner in crime from my dreams. He brings the gun up and aims it at me. And in that moment, I knew I was fucking finished. I just knew it. He holds the gun there, then brings it back down to his side, the same shocked expression stuck on his face. He takes what's on the side already and doesn't bother demanding any more. He just quick steps out of there. I have no idea what that was all about, though I've been racking my brain since the incident. How the hell did we both know each other? Did the two of us meet in our past lives? Will we meet again? Is this just some freaky coincidence and I'm reading too much into it? I literally have no idea. I'm just thankful I hadn't been dreaming about the face of my future killer for all those years. The guy was caught on the station's CCTV. They're still out looking for him. This happened to me on a trip to Lyon, France. I was travelling solo from the States and had booked a stay with this old couple in their house. I say old, they must have been in their mid-60s. It was a new listing and only had a couple of reviews, but they were both really positive. From the photos, I could tell that this place wasn't exactly a 5-star joint, but for the price, it was a steal and in a great location to boot. That first night when I arrived, the older couple actually made dinner for me. It was a nice touch, and who was I to refuse? Their English was decent, so we chatted and shared a few stories, and afterwards I went to explore the city and get a few drinks. I must have returned around 10 PM, and my hosts were nowhere to be seen. In bed asleep, I figured. The pair had told me at dinner to help myself to a little wine, which is precisely what I did when I got in. Nice folks. Afterwards, I went up to my bedroom to settle down myself. Now, I usually have trouble sleeping, but that night I fell asleep with surprising ease. All the travelling that day had worn me out, and that little bit of wine probably helped too, I guess. I'm not sure what time it was, but I awoke in the night to a flash of lightning. You know when your eyes are closed, but you can still tell there was a flash of bright light? Well, it was just like that. I remained curled up in bed with my eyes still shut, waiting for the crash of thunder to come with it. I counted the passing seconds in my head. My mum always used to tell me that however many seconds there were between the lightning and thunder, that was how many miles away it had struck. So I'm there, counting away in my head. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20, 30. That's odd, I thought. No thunder. It was then, through closed eyelids, that I sensed another lightning flash. Again, I waited for the thunder, but it never came. I sat up in bed and opened my eyes, just to see if my sleep-hazed mind was playing tricks on me. It hadn't been. Inside my bedroom were my two hosts. Initially, I didn't realize just how bizarre this situation was. I was still in that confused, just out of sleep state. Even still, I knew there was something off about their expressions. As my eyes adjusted, I could tell what was wrong. They were both wearing masks, latex masks of old human faces with exaggerated features. The flashes had been from the camera the woman was holding. They'd been taking pictures of me whilst I slept. The husband was nearer to the bed than the wife though, and he was in mid-step, moving closer. She was further back by the door. It was as if he wanted to be in the pictures. With me now awake, they both froze like a pair of mannequins. What do you want? At the time, I couldn't think of of anything else to say. The adrenaline hadn't kicked in yet. I was more confused than freaked out. "You're dreaming," said the male, his voice muffled behind the latex mask. Then, backing up towards the door. "Good night." It wasn't until I noticed the metal wrench in the old man's hand that the situation fully dawned on me. I quickly gathered my shit and made for the front door, glancing around like crazy in case the old fucks tried to ambush me with the wrench from around a corner. Needless to say, I contacted the police immediately, though nothing ever came of it. My evidence was all anecdotal. The old geezers had been smart enough to delete all of the pictures. My complaints to Airbnb were largely ignored too, though the old couple did remove their listing from the site. I don't know what all of that was about. Some cult-like shit? A messed up fetish? Some fucking potential snuff pictures they were making? The old man was definitely in the shots, and it was clear that he was trying to step towards me quietly, wrench in hand. Whatever the case, I'll never complain about being a light sleeper again. I still check Airbnb regularly, just to make sure they don't use it to lure anyone else in. I'm a male living in South Korea. My cousin, Nari, used to be an Airbnb hostess here in Seoul. The site's become massive. There's something like 2 million properties listed on it, so no matter where you're traveling to in the world, chances are that there's somebody with a room, or a condo, or even an entire house to rent. During her time hosting, Nari met a whole bunch of colourful characters. There were the sweet older couple that came to stay with her 8 times while visiting friends in the city. There was the guy who insisted on bringing his dog with him, this little rat-sized chihuahua that was about half the size of my cat's. There were a few people who were high maintenance, and there were a few who were really chill, and ended up joining us for drinks at the bar down the street. I never hosted personally, but I'd help Nari out with her bookings if she had to work late and needed someone to meet her guests. Well, for all the good people, there was Mr. Park. He was this creepy, balding guy that stayed with Nari for a week while he was in town on business. At least he said that was his reason anyway. I think we were both relieved when he left. I'd met him once, and didn't like the vibe I got off the guy, and there wasn't much she could do to kick him out early or anything, lest he gave her a bad review and dropped her score on the site. After he left, Nari discovered a weird plastic thing he had left in the shower. Turns out, he had left his slimy, fake vagina masturbation aid sitting next to her soap. I took one look and had to explain to her what it was. I remember her picking it up in a plastic bag, like the way people scoop up dog shit on the street. From then on, Nari was pretty picky when it came to who she let stay. One weekend, Nari had to leave for a business trip, so she left me the spare key. She had a booking coming up, a young woman named Sumi, and I was to play host. We'll just call her Sue from here. Sue checked in, got the key from me, and put her suitcase in the spare room. I didn't see any more of her that Friday, or for the rest of the weekend, and I figured she was out enjoying herself. Not too long after that, I could have sworn I saw Mr. Park in our local grocery store. Same balding head, same vibe, but he was at one end of the aisle and I the other. I got that feeling like I was being watched, but when I looked directly, he was gone. At the time, I shrugged it off, figured it had to be some other balding guy, and I was just projecting my anxiety. Now, the building I live in is fairly old, which means that the walls are pretty thick, and noise tends to only travel in the hallway. If I'm waiting for the elevator, I can occasionally hear someone's TV if it's really loud, but that's about it. That Monday morning, I was woken up far too early by a pounding sound. It was maybe 6 or 6:30 in the morning, and the sun was barely up. At that point, I was pissed. I threw on a housecoat and yanked open the front door without bothering to look in the peephole. I was greeted by two very tense policemen. They asked for my name and if I knew the young woman who lived across the hall from me, pointing to Nari's apartment. Without thinking, I ran across the hall and through the open door, just knowing in my gut that Nari was supposed to be returning that morning, and that something must be wrong if there were police at my door. The cops yelled for me to wait, but I was on autopilot. At first, I thought someone had robbed the place. Her TV was smashed, her couch was ripped apart like it had been mauled by a bear, her photos were buried under broken glass, her laptop had practically melted into the floor. And then I realized, in some part of my brain, that her TV and laptop wouldn't be here if it was a simple robbery. And that's when I smelled it. Death has a certain stench to it. Sometimes, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, like a hospital corridor, you'll get a whiff of it. What I smelled was a full-on, closed-handed fist slug into the face. In a panic, I couldn't stop myself. I flung open the first bedroom door. Nari's room looked just like the living room, but she wasn't in it. By this time, the officers had caught up with me and were trying to steer me back out of the unit, but I broke free of their grasp and flung open the spare bedroom door. Inside was what was left of Sue. We get so desensitized to violence on TV that when we're actually confronted with it in real life, it seems almost absurd, like it's totally unreal. She had literally been torn to shreds with a knife. Just from smelling the air alone, I could taste that metallic flavor of blood in the back of my mouth. I showered several times a day for the next week and could not get that taste, that smell out of my hair or skin. It turns out that Sue had been there since Friday night. Nari got home a few hours later. By that time, the forensics team had already been in and out and were starting to clean up the scene. I couldn't tell her about what I'd seen. I just remember hugging her. While investigating, the police had found a second set of keys. This meant there was actually a third set of keys to Nari's place, and those keys had prints. 3 guesses as to who they traced back to. Mr. Park. Park had made a set of keys while staying at Nari's, and he wasn't here on business as he had claimed. It turns out he lived about 15 minutes outside of the city. Security camera footage showed him coming into the building that Friday night, and him lurking around outside for the past month prior to that, just after his stay. Surprisingly, Park confessed to the murder, said he didn't know that Nari would be out of town, that he hadn't known she had had a guest that weekend. His wife had recently left him and taken the kids with her, and Nari reminded him of a younger version of his wife. Nari and I have both moved buildings since then. I still can't believe that all of this came because of broken trust. By giving a stranger a safe place to stay, by letting him into her home, this person was so twisted that he thought to make a copy of her key. If it had been any other weekend, Nari would have been at home, and what happened to Sue would have happened to her too. This happened about 2 years ago when I was 19. My girlfriend, friends and I were travelling from London to Bangkok and had booked a cheap place to stay on Airbnb. It was situated down this creepy little alley that had no lights. It was a tight squeeze too, only about the width of one person. Eventually we get our act together and head down in single file and come to this really shoddy looking building. No, this can't be the place. We thought we'd booked an established house online, but this place was a shithole. It was small, run down, and shadier than Slim himself. But hey, it was super cheap, and we were all really tired from travelling, so we thought, screw it, we can put up with this for a few nights. The dude hosting us is there, waiting, and he's this creepy little guy. He offered us a few bottles of Coca-Cola, but the bottles were really dirty. It looked like they'd been used before, like they'd been left in the trash and refilled. We politely declined. There was something evidently wrong about this guy. He was this short little dude with a crooked smile, and a hunched over back as well. Sort of reminded me of a jockey from Left 4 Dead, if I'm honest. But it wasn't his appearance that made me wary. It was the way he was acting around the girls in our group, getting a little too close for comfort. He was thirsty for something other than dirty cola, I'll tell you that much. After a few choice glares, he leaves the keys with us and goes on his merry way, allowing us to enjoy our stay in peace. All of the double bedrooms were next door to one another. The rooms were tiny, and the air conditioning unit kept dripping on me during the night, but otherwise they were somewhat acceptable. So the next morning rolls around, and we all go to check out the sights. Around midday, I started getting some serious stomach problems, so decided to go back to the hotel with one of my friends, Helena. She'd been having trouble sleeping for a while, and wanted to try and get some rest. The two of us got back to the house. Helena's room was the one next to mine. She gave me a hug and went to take her nap. I spent about half an hour mucking around on my laptop when I decided to take a shower. Now, the bathroom in my room was ridiculously small, and I'm a 6'2" guy, so there was barely any room to move. It had a shower, a toilet, and a sink, all somehow squeezed inside. A claustrophobic's nightmare. There was also a little glazed window that didn't open. So I have my shower, and everything's hunky-dory. When I finish, I go to open the door, but it won't open. The door was somehow broken and jammed shut. I try for a good long while to open it, but it won't budge at all. I start banging on the wall, knowing that my friend is on the other side and should be able to hear me. But she doesn't. I bang even louder, and still nothing. These walls weren't thick, so I was confused as to why she couldn't hear me. I would have obviously have called my friends on my mobile, but all of my stuff was in the bedroom. About 30 minutes go by. Since there's no ventilation in the room, I'm feeling a little lightheaded from all of the steam from the hot shower. I tried to open up that shitty little window, but just like the door, it's sealed tighter than a bull's arsehole in fly season. All this time, I've been trying to get Helena's attention. About 2 hours in, I hear someone enter the room. Thank God, I think. She's finally heard me. I yell through the door and tell her to try and open it from the other side, but there's no response. Instead, I hear squeaking, like somebody's bouncing on the bed. Then I hear laughter, but it's not Helena. It's a man's voice. Who the hell's there? I shout, seriously hoping one of my friends had come back and was messing with me or something. The laughter stopped abruptly, and a man responded to me in Thai. I have no idea what he said, but from the tone of his voice, I knew it was something threatening. The laughter resumes immediately after he says this. Now, I don't know if this guy has a weapon, or even what he wants. If he was going to rob me, all of my stuff was already there for the taking. Why was he sticking around and laughing? This goes on for what must have been 10 minutes, and then, suddenly, dead silence. Had he left? It begins to dawn on me the reason Helena might not have been responding. I start trying to break down the door, but it's surprisingly sturdy, and despite my size, I'm far from athletic. Only a minute passes, and all of my friends return from sightseeing. I yell to my friend Ross to get me out. He tries to open it, but eventually it becomes clear the only way I'm getting out is by smashing down that door. So that's what we do. When I'm out, Everybody's there, including Helena. Turns out she had just taken some sleeping pills and had fallen into such a deep sleep that she couldn't even hear my banging for help. I was extremely relieved to see she was okay. Absolutely nothing was missing from my room. To me, the culprit was pretty obvious. Our pervy jockey host. I suspect he must have fled when he heard my friends coming back. The others didn't see anyone. Needless to say, we all got the hell out of there and took up in a hotel for the rest of the trip. When I next went online to warn others in a review, the listing on Airbnb had mysteriously disappeared. To this day, I wonder whether the host had somehow planned for that door to jam, like some sort of trap. I also wonder what would have happened if my girlfriend had returned instead of me, or if he had simply realized Helena was alone in the other room. In college, I spent a month house-sitting a large hunting estate in the middle of nowhere, Idaho. The nearest town was 22 miles away. It was June 1987. I know it was 87 because it was the baseball season after the Bill Buckner disaster. My girlfriend's parents owned the place. I'm not gonna say what town was 22 miles away because they might still own it, and I don't want this to get any weirder than it already is. It was a pretty big place with a lot of acreage. The guy who was the full-time caretaker for the place had just quit, and the new caretaker couldn't start for 1 month. Her dad offered to pay me $1,200 to go out there. Free food, free booze, and satellite TV. One of those massive dishes from back then. All I had to do was keep an eye on the place and feed the dogs and the horse. I'd never been out west, so I took him up on it. It sounded better than doing landscaping. I spent my time there reading and exploring, playing with the dogs, riding the horse and shooting. Quite fun, but completely uneventful. That was until that night. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of someone knocking loud and hard on the front door. The dogs were going nuts. We're in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night. No way I was going to answer it. I just grabbed the gun and kept quiet upstairs. I didn't freak out all that much, because I had 2 German Shepherds inside with me, and I had a gun. There were several neighbors who were a few miles away. I was kind of thinking someone just simply drove up the wrong driveway. Next morning, at the crack of dawn, I opened the front door to let the dogs out and see a white Chevy Nova sitting in the driveway. It was near the small cabin for the caretaker. The cabin was about 100 yards from the main house. I called my girlfriend's dad and I asked him if he knew anyone with that car and told him about what happened during the night. He didn't know anyone and called the police directly. The police show up, ask me a few questions, and walk around the property for around an hour. The car was locked, and the police had it towed. I have no idea if it was broken down or not. There was only one set of tire tracks coming into the house. A few days later, my girlfriend's dad calls me up and says that the guy who owned that car was missing, and to call the police if anything weird happened again. I have no idea who the guy was at all. Don't know how long he was missing, or even when he was reported missing, or who reported him for that matter. He was just missing. After a month, I go back home. My girlfriend and I break up shortly thereafter. I see her out in town several months later, and I ask her if she ever found out about what happened to that guy. It turns out that that guy was found dead 30 miles away. He apparently committed suicide. The suicide happened several months after that incident at the house, and he was found a couple of days after he killed himself. I asked her how he did it, where he was found, who found him, etc., and I got nothing. I never saw her again. This guy just abandoned his car in the driveway, frantically tried to get me to open the door, and then months later died. Something about all of this doesn't add up. It's almost like someone wanted to make him disappear. Hell, was the guy knocking on the door even the guy who owned the car? Was it some kind of threat? Maybe even my girlfriend's dad knew a little more than he let on. Any ideas you might have at this point would be appreciated. You all know as much as I know. It's a real mystery. I took in a puppy a few months ago. Her original owners weren't able to bond with her, said she was unresponsive and disobedient, and didn't have the look they wanted. I've got no idea what they were talking about. She's the best behaved dog I've ever known, and she's downright adorable, so I'm used to people stopping me in the street so they can pet her. Usually, people will ask before they touch her, or at the very least, they'll say something like, "Oh my god, look at that dog," to let you know they're obviously gonna come over and say hi to her. I'm pretty much fine with that. What I'm not fine with is what happened on one of my earlier walks with her. I live in a tiny seaside town, one of those places where the location is beautiful but the locals are racist, and I kind of take my dog on a tour of all the areas closest to the sea when I walk her. We'll walk along the beach, down the promenade, around the miniature lakes, and then home. Probably not smart to stick to the same route every day, but I've switched things up since then. Anyway, we were at the final stage of our walk, making a couple of laps around the secluded lakes, when we walked past a man. Now, a lot of old men gather there on a regular basis. I didn't think much of one dude sitting on a bench by the water. I told myself he was staring because my dog was cute. I just passed him by. Then, from behind me, I hear him say, "Sit." And my dog, who is much more obedient than her previous owners let on, sits down and looks up at me, all happy and expecting a treat. I frown back at the guy, see that he's still on the bench, and quickly encourage my puppy to start walking again. We haven't even got 5 feet further down the path before the guy says, "Sit," and my dog does. I turn around again, already glaring, and see that the man is now on his feet. I tell my dog to keep walking and pick up my pace, trying to get over to the path that leads up to the main street, away from this empty place. We're still nowhere near the path when the man yells, "Sit," and again my dog does. She's starting to look confused, but I'm pretty much terrified. He's coming over to us, and he's catching up fairly quickly. He's close enough that even without my glasses on, I can tell that he's grinning. At that point, I'd had enough. I forget about getting to the path, just scooped up my dog off the ground, ran straight up the hill to the side of us, and climbed over the little fence that separates the lakes from the street. The man didn't follow, but stayed at the bottom of the hill, looking up at us, not smiling anymore. I'd never seen him before, and haven't seen him since, and I hope it stays that way. I don't know exactly what his intentions were, but it seemed to me like he was using my dog's obedience to slow me down, to keep me from getting away from him, so I doubt they were good. Glad I didn't stick around to find out. So, as a kid around 11 or 12 years old, we had these woods around our house that I never came close to even finding the edge of. When school was out, I'd wake up early in the morning and my friend Alex and I would spend the whole day mucking about in those woods. We'd pack sandwiches and sodas and just go nuts. Play army and war, cowboys and Indians, you name it. This being the 80s, and Alex and I being smart enough kids, my parents had no problem with this, and enjoyed taking us to army surplus stores to buy stuff like MREs and survival knives, and general camping gear. It was pretty regular that we'd be allowed to stay the night out in those woods, provided that my dad was there to help us set up camp close to the property. So, not on an overnight, but out and about one day, we find a treehouse in part of the woods we'd never been to before, probably around a 2-hour trek from the edge of the neighborhood, maybe 2 or 3 miles. It was hilly and rocky. Seriously, this thing was a kid's dream. This treehouse is probably 30 feet off the ground, but it looks solid. We're super stoked to find our new castle. We hightail it back home to get some rope, and my dad takes us down to the surplus store. Next day comes, and we hike out at almost dawn. We've got a backpack full of rope and sandwiches, and our knives on our hips, and excitement that's so thick we could chew on it. We make it out there, and start attaching rungs made out of big sticks onto the end of our rope. It took us a good few hours, but we get one side finished, and toss the rope over a branch where the little deck and door are. We finally climb up, and are sitting on the deck looking out and playing rock paper scissors to see who goes in first. Alex wins, and goes in. He comes right back out again, white as a sheet and wanting to go home. Curious, I go inside myself. The treehouse is probably 8 by 8 and about 7 to 8 high inside. The inside walls are covered, every single inch, in pictures of naked girls. Not Playboy porn, but kiddie porn. I think the oldest kids were about my age, but it was Polaroids, stuck perfectly up with staples and filling the walls. Alex and I got back home as quick as we could. We informed my dad about it, and he calls the cops. The officer shows up and asks a few questions, such as where it is, how we got up there, and if we take any of the pictures off the wall. He got increasingly rude about it, and my dad put an end to it. He left with our statement and said that he'd be in touch. We were no longer allowed to take overnights in the woods, or even be out there for more than 1 hour without checking in. We actually built a really long tin can boom with the permission of my parents, which allowed us a bit more of our freedom, but we were pretty much cut off from the deep exploring. About a year or 2 later, that same cop stopped me when he saw me hanging out in a park. He saw me smoking and caught me with a joint. Alex was there with me, and he asked him whatever happened with the treehouse. The cop told us not to do drugs and left us alone. In college, many moons later, Alex sent me an email saying how he read in the big state paper that officer had shot himself with his own service revolver after his own wife found out he was circulating child porn. It comes to my mind, like it came to Alex's, that we had found his little child porn stash or cave. It still grosses me out and sends chills down my spine. This happened around 1971 or 1972, when my mother was about 14 or 15 years old. The incident occurred in a heavily wooded area near Montevallo, Alabama. My mother is the oldest of 5 children. She has 3 sisters and a brother who's the baby of the family. One weekend in the cooler months of the fall, my grandfather decided to take the whole family out for target practice with a rifle. That included my grandmother, my mother, and all of the aunts and uncles. My mother grew up quite poor, and they didn't always live in the best of neighborhoods, so my grandfather wanted to teach the kids how to defend themselves with a rifle if need be. Like I said, it was later in the fall, so the trees were bare, and there were lots of leaves on the ground. The wooded area was just off a dirt road, so this was a fairly rural area they were in. Since it was so far off the beaten path, my grandfather became startled when he heard the roar of a car engine so deep in the woods. My mother remembers the car as being a blue Ford Galaxy, something a little like this. Despite the fact that my grandfather had a gun, he totally freaked out and told my grandma and the kids to hide under a pile of leaves in the woods. He hid with them. The man in the driver's seat got out, dragged a woman's body out of the car, and just dumped her there in the woods and drove away. After my grandfather was sure that the man had left, everyone came out of hiding, and the woman who had been dragged out of the car sat up and stared them straight in the face. She was wearing a wig and a pair of eyeglasses. My mother and her whole family were relieved to see that she was still alive. My grandfather asked the woman if she needed help, but she said no, and that she'd be fine. She didn't appear to be injured, and obviously didn't want help. She hadn't put up a fight with the man when she was dragged out of the car, so she must have known the guy. Either way, my grandfather cut the shooting lesson short, and decided to rush the kids home, just to be on the safe side. On the trail back to the dirt road where my grandfather had parked the car, they passed the man in the blue Ford Galaxy, driving out of the woods. My mum looked over and noticed that he had a huge machete laying across the front seat beside him. My grandfather made sure that the man could see he was carrying a rifle, but everyone was careful not to give away what they had just seen. The man struck up small talk with my grandfather, asking him about what they were doing out in the woods. My grandfather explained that he had just taken the whole family out for target practice. The man told him to have a nice day and continued driving. The next day, my grandfather went back out to the same spot in the woods. There wasn't a body there. However, he did find the woman's wig, her purse, some Kleenex, and a pair of glasses. He collected the items and took them home. My mother became hysterical when he walked in the door carrying that stuff. She started screaming, "He killed that lady!" My grandfather ended up taking the items to the police station. It turns out that that area of the woods was known for having shallow graves and being a dumping site for bodies. Early the next morning, as soon as my grandmother arrived at work, she called my mum just before the kids left for school. She told them not to take the bus that day, and that she would come home and pick them up, and that she would be home soon. On her way to work, she noticed the same Ford Galaxy waiting at the kids' bus stop. My mother never heard anything else about it after that. This happened at Christmas a couple of years ago, when I was spending the holidays with my parents and my little brother, as well as my cousins, aunts, and uncles. We live in a suburb of Ontario, but we were venturing out into the woods for Christmas, an idea that my parents had had for a while. They always loved the idea of being out in a hunting cabin during Christmas with the family. I'm 22 years old, but at the time, I was newly 18, and my little brother, Tom, was 11. We're really close, and we do everything together. We also had a dog, a German Shepherd named Trigger. He came along for the ride, too. He's a real softie, but can be really overprotective, especially with my brother. We left from our house on Christmas Eve at about 2 p.m. and climbed into our dad's truck, which was filled with all of our stuff and presents for the extended family. Tom and I were really excited, winding each other up, and my parents were having friendly conversation as we moved along the road. We arrived at the village close to where the cabins were, and caught up with my dad's sister, along with her husband and 3 kids. They didn't converse for long, but Billy was unsure of where to go from the village to get to the cabins, so my dad helped out by writing down the directions. We soon got back on our way, and arrived at the cabins at around 4 PM. There was a cluster of them, sort of spaced out around the woods. Each family had their own cabin, and there was one where everyone could meet up, which had a pool table, a swimming pool, all sorts. It was kind of the place we could all just chill together and enjoy each other's company. The weather was already really cold when we arrived, and the snow was falling all around us. My dad started a fire while my mum prepared dinner. The Christmas decorations were already up, and we played a few board games as the night got darker. My dad, Tom and I decided before coming on this trip that at some point we'd go hunting, so we planned to go the next day. I'd been a few times with my dad, but this was Tom's first time. He was only there to watch though, as he was too young to shoot. It reached around 10 PM, and my brother and I were getting a bit tired, so we decided to head to bed. My dad kept his rifles in a bag, which he kept under the bed I was sleeping on. He'd usually keep it locked up in a box, but thought there was no point since we were going hunting in the morning anyway. Tom and I were sharing a room at the end of the cabin, facing a flowing river. The view was beautiful. Tom and I fell asleep, with our dog, Trigger, lying at the bottom of Tom's bed. It was about 3 AM when I awoke to the sound of Trigger growling. I didn't find this particularly unusual, because my dad suffers from insomnia, so sometimes when he can't sleep, he sits in our sitting room at home and watches some TV. Like I said, Trigger is extremely overprotective, and growls at any noise he hears. But that's when I noticed there was no light coming from under our door. My dad never just sits in the dark. I whispered to Trigger, telling him to be quiet as Tom slept, but his growling soon turned to barking, which woke Tom up. He asked me what was going on, but I said Trigger must have heard some deer or something outside. After all, we were in the middle of the woods. Suddenly, our bedroom door swung open, and the light switch was turned on. My eyes stung as they tried to focus on whoever was standing in our door. It was our dad. "Were you two laughing just now?" he asked, as I turned to look at Tom. I replied, no, as he moved over towards our curtain, pulling it back as he looked out into the pitch-black wilderness. "What are you looking at?" Our dad closed the curtains again. "Nothing. Just go back to sleep." I was kind of creeped out that my dad didn't say anything about what he was doing, but he turned our light off and we tried to fall back asleep again. Of course, I couldn't. I was wide awake the rest of the night, flinching at pretty much every noise. It was about 4:30 AM when I finally drifted off, but it must have been only moments later that I heard strange, crunching noises outside our window. I was sure this wasn't an animal. It sounded like footsteps. I had this overwhelming feeling of fear, and I pulled the covers up over my face, sweat beginning to pour over my forehead. I then heard a faint tapping on our window, which lasted a good few minutes. I was so petrified I couldn't move. Trigger was awake by this point, and I saw his face turn towards the window, his ears pointed and listening intently. The tapping started again, but louder this time, causing Trigger to bare his teeth. A deep and husky voice whispered, "I know you're in there, little guy. Why don't you come out here and play with me?" Initially, I was filled with rage. I thought that it was bound to be one of our cousins playing a trick, so I leaned forward and peeked out a gap in our curtain, ready to give them hell for scaring the shit out of us. But standing there wasn't any of our cousins. It was a creepy old man who looked to be about 60, his hair matted and his clothes dirty and ancient. He was stroking the window with his hands, breathing on it as he spoke. I went into protective mode. I didn't know what else to do, so I grabbed my dad's hunting rifle from under my bed and pulled the curtain back. Get the hell out of here, or I will shoot. I felt adrenaline rushing through me as the creepy man's eyes widened and the most terrifying smile appeared across his face. Trigger began barking louder than I've ever heard him bark. My parents obviously heard the commotion and came running through to our room, turning the light on. My mum screamed as she saw the old man through the window, Trigger fiercely continuing to bark. My dad yelled at the man, telling him that the police were on their way. The man legged it back into the woods. Tom was petrified, but I was angry more than anything else. How could some sicko do this? I was just extremely glad I had the rifle. The cops caught the guy not long after. I found out a couple of days later that the creepy man was homeless and living in the woods, and was suffering from a lot of mental issues. It scares me to death to think about what could have happened to my brother had I not been there with the gun. We spent the remainder of Christmas Day at the cabin, but we stayed in our Aunt Billy's cabin overnight. There was no way we were sleeping on our own after what happened. We went home first thing on Boxing Day and never looked back. My dad only told me the other day that he knew someone was hanging around our cabin, so he intentionally left the rifle under my bed, just in case I needed to use it in self-defense. He did that because he didn't want to scare any of us. He called the cops as soon as he heard the laughing outside his window and the man singing nursery rhymes. He knew it would take a while for the cops to reach the cabin. I grew up on the outskirts of a small southern town, and so I spent most days of my summer vacations prowling the woods close to my home. About a half-hour walk from my house, down dirt roads and overgrown deer trails, there was a sandy stretch of beach along a creek. Since it was so far removed from civilization, and since I had never seen another soul out there at the creek, I would often strip down naked and swim in the water to cool down in the summer sun. When I was a young girl, about 8 or 9 years old, I had gone down to my secret beach to go skinny dipping. I spent all morning there, watching herons and splashing in the water. Suddenly, I began to hear the sounds of something large, forcing its way through the undergrowth upstream a ways. I was frozen, standing naked in the middle of the creek, as 2 men emerged from the woods. They were much older than me, probably in their 30s. Something about the way they were dressed scared me. Anyone who spent a lot of time in the woods knows the danger of thorn vines and brambles, but these guys were dressed in flip-flops, cargo shorts and wife beaters. They were filthy and covered in scratches across their arms and legs, looking as if hiking through the woods hadn't ever been their agenda. I had left my clothes in an untidy pile on the bank, but to grab them, I would have had to move much closer to the men. As I frantically tried to think of a way of getting my clothes back without alerting these guys, one of them turned and locked eyes with me. I grew up around southern manners. Seeing as I was a naked little girl trying to cover myself with my hands, I would have expected him to avert his gaze. But all he did was elbow his buddy in the ribs, point at me, and whisper something beyond my hearing. When they both turned and began to advance towards me, malicious grins on their faces, I officially lost my shit. Luckily, years of spending all of my free time in the woods paid off. Forgetting modesty, I turned and ran at breakneck speed for the closest downstream deep channel. As I dove into the water, I could hear the men yelling and splashing behind me, trying desperately to catch up. I had always been at home in the water, and at this moment, I swam as if my life depended on it, which it very well might have. I knew exactly where I needed to go. Earlier that summer, I had discovered what I thought of as my secret hiding spot. the banks were rocky and sheer on both sides of the creek. I'd been watching muskrats swimming in the water, and had seen one swim through hanging kudzu vines into what I thought was solid stone. Upon pulling back the vines and scaring the shit out of the muskrats, I found an open space under an overhang of rock. I'd always loved hiding, and was immediately smitten with such a perfectly camouflaged spot. But weeks later, in this moment, I thought of it as my best hope. As I came close to my hiding spot, I ducked down and swam underneath to my hole in the stone. I only surfaced once I was safely behind my curtain of kudzu vines. I waited there for several minutes, trying to silence my heavy breathing and slow my rampaging heartbeat, until I heard the sounds of heavy crashing through the underbrush. I screamed a little, but thankfully had clamped a hand over my mouth in time to muffle it. As the sounds of snapping twigs and rustling leaves got closer, I could hear the men panting and cursing under their breath. It sounded as if they were walking on the edge of the bank a few feet above me. After they had moved down a ways, I heard a thud on the ground and an angry yell, as if one of the men had tripped and fallen. Another voice shushed him and said something that made me tremble. "Shut up, she'll hear you." I had never been more terrified than that moment. I cried silently, pressing my back against the rock and praying they would never find me. Even after I heard their footsteps continuing down the bank and into silence, I remained hidden behind the kudzu. I stayed there, delirious with fear and shivering in the water, until the sun had begun to dip low in the sky. I finally began to make my way back to my clothes and go home, picking my way along the deer trails that would let me move as silently as possible. When I had gotten close to the beach, I stayed hidden in the undergrowth and watched for several minutes to make sure those two slime balls weren't anywhere nearby. Although I had found several footprints circling my clothes and pacing along the bank, the guys were nowhere to be seen. My shirt and jeans were still there, but my panties were gone. I threw on my clothes and ran the whole way home. I never told my mother about what happened at the creek, because I knew she would ban me from ever going into the woods. I never saw those guys again, nor did I ever see anyone else down at that stretch of the beach after that. But needless to say, I never went skinny dipping again. I volunteer with a wildlife conservation group. In a nutshell, we patrol some pretty out-of-the-way areas, and sometimes stay the night in the forest. In the fall of 2014, I was showing two brand new recruits around this really isolated area. We drove in on an old logging trail, and by the time we got there, it was nearing dark. The actual spot I was showing them was about a 20-minute hike. When we eventually got there, one of them, an 18-year-old female, decided to come with me, while the other, a 19-year-old male, stayed in the truck because he wasn't comfortable walking through the woods in the dark. This was volunteer work, so whatever. I walked down to a river with one of the recruits. Using flashlights, we took a quick look. But when we got back a little under an hour later, the guy who stayed behind in the truck was just staring at us, like we were crazy or something. He began asking us about where we went with a terrified look on his face. I pointed in the direction of where we went, and he simply said, "No," and pointed to the other side of the trail. He told us we were walking through the woods back there as he pointed to the woods opposite us. Because he was a little on edge before and it was dark, I assumed he just saw an animal or something. I assured him that it was nothing, and after a few awkward moments, we decided to head off. Not much further down the trail, we came across a fair-sized tree in the road that definitely wasn't there before. He began exclaiming things like, "I told you so," There's something else out here. Beginning to feel a little uneasy myself, I began to slow down and reach for my door handle to get out and take a look at our obstacle. When through the dim light coming from the taillights of our truck, I clearly saw someone jumping from the bush behind us and sprinting for the truck. I began cursing as I hit the gas and ran our truck over the tree, sending everything in the cab flying everywhere. Both of the rookies were yelling as I sped down the horribly unkempt logging trail. Eventually I slowed down and we drove back to the office in complete silence. By the time we got back it was around 1:30 a.m. I called up one of the group managers and explained what happened. I was called the next day and informed both recruits had quit. To this day, I have no idea what that was about. I choose to believe it was some kind of late-night logger who was just as surprised as we were. That's the only explanation that lets me sleep at night. So, this occurred many years ago, but it will stay with me forever, and has changed my views on allowing my own kids to ever have their own separate phone line. It was a few weeks after Christmas, and my parents had gotten me my own personal phone with my own separate phone line, because that was the cool thing to do back then, you know, before cell phones were big. I had given all of my friends my new phone number, because who wouldn't? Anyway, it was around 3 in the morning, and I had been asleep when my phone started to ring. That's odd, I thought. Who'd be calling me at 3 a.m? We all have school in the morning. So I answered it, but all I could hear was breathing on the other end. I laughed it off as someone just messing around with me, and I hung up the phone. I tried returning to sleep, but my phone rang again. This time, I answered it and said, "Who is this?" Nothing, just breathing again. At this point, I was beginning to get irritated. I told them in a harsh tone to stop calling me, and I hung up the phone once again. I lay down again for about 30 minutes, when my phone rang yet again for the 3rd time. I was extremely mad, so I answered it and I said, "This isn't funny. I'm trying to sleep and I have school in the morning. Stop calling me." This time, there was a reply. It was a man's voice and sounded very gravelly. And he laughed and said, "I can see you. Why don't you come outside and play in the snow with me?" With that, I hung up. I ran to my parents' room and I woke up my mum, telling her what just happened, and she, in turn, woke up my dad. They both get up out of bed, and my dad goes into my room and checks the windows and everything, makes sure that all of the locks on the doors are locked, and proceeds to tell me that it's just someone playing a sick joke and that everything will be fine, and tells me to just unplug my phone from the outlet. So, I finally go back to sleep. My mum wakes me up in the morning to go to school. I get up and I start getting ready. I open my blinds to the window that faces the backyard and noticed that on this very frosty morning there were handprints all over my window. I called my parents in there, totally freaked out, and my dad immediately calls the police. The police come over to take a report and look for evidence. And when they went to check out the backyard, sure enough, there was a set of footprints in the snow that led right up to my window. They had gone from the front of the house to my back window, back to the back door, and then back to the front door. The police think the guy tried to get inside of the house. I'm a 21-year-old male, and I've recently moved out on my own into a new house. I'm still not 100% familiar with my own neighborhood yet. The way the neighborhood was built makes it a rectangular shape, with my house being at the top right corner of it. So, the other night at around 2:30 AM, I was in my house, alone, when I decided to take a break from playing guitar and to have a smoke before I went to bed. I grabbed a smoke and I headed out of my front door. These winter nights are chilly, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. About 3 minutes or so into my cigarette, I noticed this faint noise of what sounds like an old, creaky metal object that needs to be oiled, but the sound has a cadence which makes it repeat every 2 or 3 seconds. After this happens for about 10 seconds, I notice that I can hear tires gripping the road as well. Then, out of nowhere, I see a man who looks to be about in his mid-40s, riding this horribly beaten down old bike that emitted a very intense, ear-piercing, high-pitched squeak every time he pedaled. As I stood in my driveway and he passed me, he kept moving forward, but his head slowly rotated left, and he locked eyes with me. I'm not kidding when I say this guy looked identical to Hannibal Lecter from the movies. But that's not what made my heart drop. As I'm locking eyes with this guy and he's moving past my driveway, he suddenly gives me the scariest, widest, jagged-toothed smile I have ever seen in my life. He keeps pedaling forward, but continues to lock eyes with me. Now, this wasn't an ordinary smile. I'm talking when the Grinch Stole Christmas ear-to-ear smile. Within about 15 more seconds, he continues pedaling and is out of sight. I can now just faintly hear his bicycle gears squeaking. At this point, I'm wondering whether or not he's going around my rectangular neighborhood block, and whether or not I can cheat this cigarette fast enough to get inside before he comes around again. As I'm doing this, I begin to hear the metal creaking noise, but I also hear something different as well. This dude is laughing like a fucking maniac, which made me note the hell out of there. As I'm stumbling for my door handle, he begins to round the turn where my door is almost in view. At the exact moment where I would have become visible, I got my door open, ran in, and slammed it shut. No sooner does my door close than I hear the man outside scream as loud as he can, "Where'd you go?" At this point, I went into full-out battle mode. I ran around my house and turned all of the lights off. I battle crawled to my bedroom, and I waited. As I lay in my bed for the next 30 minutes, I would hear the squeaking of the bike for about 30 seconds every 3 to 4 minutes. About 3/4 of an hour later, it finally stopped, and the man was gone. I've actually quit smoking since then, and haven't been outside that late. But I shit you not, every now and then, at around 2:30 AM, I can still hear the squeaking of the bicycle from the outside of my room's window. My mum grew up in a small town, and she had quite a few creepy encounters when she was a teen in the late 1970s. This is one of them. One night, her mother told her that she had to go and feed the cats, who lived in the outside sauna in the winter. She reluctantly went outside, since it was such a bitterly cold winter that year. She got halfway to the sauna, when she heard a man calling from the woods nearby. He was shouting, "Help me." This of course spooked her, and she ran back to the house and tried to tell her mum that there was someone outside yelling for help. Her mother said that it was most likely the wind, and to go back outside and feed the cats. She went back out and got about halfway to the sauna when she heard the man calling for her to help him again. She was 100% positive that it wasn't the wind, and this time made her mother come out to listen as well. Her mum did indeed hear the calls for help coming from the woods. She called for her husband, my grandfather, to go and have a look in the woods to see what it was. So, my mum's dad went out into the woods to see who was in need of assistance. and was stunned to find a man in a long winter coat standing in the woods near the house. When the man in the coat saw my grandpa, he ran towards the dirt road and got into a car that sped away quickly. I don't know what that man in the coat intended, but I'm glad that my family never had to find out. About 6 years ago, I was a very pregnant woman at the mall. It was close to the holidays, and I had found a rockstar spot to park in, only 3 rows away from the main entrance, which I thought was great. Turns out, that close spot probably saved my life. I came out to my car after having my ring cleaned. I unlocked my car, opened the driver's door, tossed my purse in, and plopped down, only to find a woman in my car. She had seen me come out to my car, followed me, and just got in when I unlocked my doors. I have keyless entry, 2 clicks to unopen all of the doors. I don't do that anymore. So, I don't close my door, and I put one leg back out so I can escape quickly if I need to. She starts telling me that her car wasn't working, and the towing company told her it would be a 3-hour wait. She wanted me to take her to a hotel on 95th and Main. I told her I couldn't. Something seemed off about her, you know, besides getting inside of a stranger's car. She kept telling me that she had nowhere else she could wait. All the while, she's buckling into the seat and putting her purse at her feet. I told her that the mall didn't close until 9 PM, and it was only about 3, and that she could go and wait inside. About this time, being a few weeks away from Christmas, cars had lined up behind me to take my spot. Someone, pissed for waiting, popped out and started yelling about whether I was leaving now or not. That's when the woman took off. I told the person who was yelling what happened, and he offered to follow me out of the lot. It was only after I pulled out of the mall that I realized there isn't a hotel at that intersection. There isn't a hotel within 5 miles of that intersection. Hell, there isn't even a hotel on either one of those streets in either direction for that far. My pregnant brain didn't let me remember that while she was in the car. This actually happened to my best friend and I 6 years ago, and to this day, it sends chills up my spine. In our early teen years, Will and I were more than a little adventurous. Both of our mothers were teachers at our school, and part of being a teacher's kid is that after the final bell rings on your last day, it's still not summer. You can look forward to one more week of waking up early so that you can help your parent clean up their classrooms and pack up textbooks. It's always boring, and most of the days our mothers were in meetings, so we just ran around an empty school. I remember vividly that it was a Friday, the last day before we could experience our summertime freedom, and Will's older sister, Stephanie, had also come to help pack up her mum's classroom. The 3 of us had been playing manhunt while our parents were in meetings. Will told us that he wanted a smoke. We were 15, and Stephanie was 17, but they'd both been smoking for a couple of years now. I'm the daughter of a lifetime smoker, so I opted out. We walked to the adjacent middle school football field, then past an open fence and into a wooded clearing that was the usual hangout for kids skipping class. I need to interject the story here to tell you that I'm from Florida, and rural Florida is nothing like the postcards of tanned beauties and flamingo skyscrapers. My hometown only exists because someone developed a way to make semi-livable land out of a swamp. So, Will, Stephanie and I are sat on the outskirts of this clearing as they smoked, until we decided it would be fun to go for a walk in the woods. Will swore that there was a river that you could go swimming in. We walked for about 15 minutes, and that's when I realized we hadn't even considered finding our way back. Most of rural Florida looks the same. Oak trees with Spanish moss,
palmettos and pine needles. None of us had thought about leaving a trail. I took out my phone to call my mother, but there was no signal. I suggested that we go back, since we hadn't told anyone about where we were, and it was getting to that mid-afternoon thunderstorm time. They agreed that we should turn around, and we thought that we had. It turns out, Stephanie has no sense of direction, and she led us deeper into the forest. We were walking for about 30 minutes when we realized how lost we were. Nothing looked familiar, but at the same time, everything did. The same flora and fauna we had seen when we entered surrounded us, and I quickly formed a plan. Still to this day, I'm the only one who's worth a damn in an emergency. I thought that if we could find another open space, we could signal for help, or maybe even get a phone signal. We walked for 30 more minutes before we saw a hunting tree stand, which was more than odd. By this point, I knew that we had crossed over into the national park behind our school, and hunting was strictly forbidden. More walking, less talking. We were dehydrated, hungry, and bleeding from going straight through a field of palmettos. Will was the first one to see the cages, at least 20 of them. Huge metal cages with hatches propped open by sticks. Stephanie suggested it was for catching wild boars, but none of us had ever seen or heard of any boars around town. Some of the cages had dried blood around them, and one looked as though it had been kicked hard from the inside. The entire time that we were lost, Will had been trying to call his dad. Still no signal, so no luck. My flip-flops were broken, so I was now barefoot and bleeding pretty badly from the palmettos. We needed to take a break, and I sat on a log while Will went around, holding his Nokia Razr up in the air, trying to get a signal. He left our sight for maybe 10 minutes when I heard him scream. Stephanie and I sprinted towards where we heard the scream come from, but I froze when we saw two men. One was about 60, with white blonde hair that hung down to his shoulders and a weather-beaten face. He was covered in dirt, and the denim shirt he was wearing was shredded to bits. The other was about 20, and he looked as though he had just left his job at a cubicle, a button-down white shirt and nice pants. They weren't wearing shoes, and they were both crouching. These two men were just squatting and looking directly at us, their arms limp and dangling, close-lipped smiling. They stayed like that for what felt like hours. My body's fight or flight kicked in, and I guess mine chose fight. I crouched down too, and I stared them down. After what I guess was maybe 3 minutes, the older man stood up and ran into the woods, and the younger one followed him. Will re-emerged from the woods not long after, hysterical. He was crying hard. He asked me repeatedly why we hadn't come when he screamed, and I tried to explain that we couldn't because of those two men. When he finally seemed to understand what I was saying, he stopped crying and went silent. We walked for another 20 minutes in dead silence when I saw pavement. We had finally run into civilization, a bike trail that runs through the national park to be exact. I had never been so excited to see asphalt. We found signal and called our parents, and we sat on the ground and cried together. It had only been 4 hours, but it had felt like days. My mother brought me a huge jug of water and yelled at me for running into the woods, but she was just relieved that I was okay. I told her about the two men, and she thought that warranted telling the police, so I wrote my statement and that was the end of it. I never heard anything from the cops. About 2 weeks later, Will was over at my house playing video games when he brought up the subject of the woods. He told me that he hadn't seen the two men. When he was searching for a signal, he heard pine needles being crunched underfoot, and it sounded as if something was bounding at him, so he hid. He didn't even look behind him. He just hid behind a fallen tree. The noise stopped, and he stood up to come back to us, when he saw a woman crouching about 15 feet away from him. She had dry blood in her hair and all over her shirt. That's when Will screamed, and she stared at him until she turned around and ran into the woods. To this day, I don't think anyone's ever found them, and I refuse to step foot into that park. In the description below is an image taken from Google Maps, where the original poster has estimated the distance that they covered. The red is approximately where they think they ran into those people. This happened to myself and a close friend, both 23-year-old males, just last month. We decided to go on a 2-night backpacking and camping trip in the Adirondack Mountains of New York. We're both very comfortable with nature and spend a lot of time camping, hunting, fishing, etc. We hiked about 5 miles into a small lake and set up camp on a small beach. This was far from a heavily trafficked area, and we didn't expect to run into anyone. Our first night there, as we were sitting around the fire, we saw a flashlight moving on the other side of the lake at around 10:30. This was fairly unusual. However, we didn't think too much of it. But as time went on, this flashlight kept moving around the lake, getting closer to our campsite. We kept discussing who could possibly be wandering around the woods in the middle of the night, and we didn't particularly want any unwelcome guests. Once it was clear that the person or people were heading to our campsite, we moved off into the woods nearby to see who wandered up. I took a small axe with me, and my friend had a .22 rifle. Now, we weren't expecting trouble, and we certainly didn't want to make any, but we figured we might as well cover our bases. Now, the moment of truth. The flashlight comes near the light of our fire, and it's one man. He has a beard, and is probably in his mid-40s. The scary part was that he was carrying what turned out to be a pump-action shotgun. He walked around the campsite a few times, and then proceeded to enter our tent. After rummaging around for a minute or so, he came out and started yelling, "I know you're out there. Why don't you come and say hello?" My friend and I remained motionless under the hemlock tree about 50 yards away. That's when the man proceeded to fire his shotgun into the woods, not too far from where we were hiding. He also swung his flashlight around several times. After what felt like hours, he grabbed my friend's backpack and a few articles of clothing we had drying off near the fire and threw them in to burn. My friend, who had trained his .22 on the man, asked me if he should shoot. I told him absolutely not, unless he spots us and starts to point the gun in our direction. Thankfully, the man left the way he had come after only a little while. We waited until his flashlight was on the other side of the lake. Then we ran out, grabbed everything we could fit into my pack, and took off. This was now around 2 or 3 in the morning. We ran out the trail with our flashlights, and we made it back to my car as the sun was coming up. We immediately went to the police department and reported it, where we also spoke with some forest rangers. That was it. I haven't heard anything back from the police. It wasn't mysterious. However, it creeped the hell out of both of us. "12 years ago, when I was 16, I had just started seeing my significant other. Being young and in love and the child of Catholic parents, I would sometimes organise to meet my significant other in the middle of the night at a park halfway between my house and theirs. I would wait until everyone in my house had fallen asleep, and then quietly climb out of my bedroom window and, with the help of some tunes, power walk through 2 suburbs to get to the park. I was on my way home after one such midnight tryst at about 3 in the morning, when it started to rain. No matter, I was so high on life after spending the last few hours with my future partner that this only lifted my spirits even more. Between the park and my house, there are about 3 kilometers of suburbs. The houses are nice, the gardens well groomed, and the streets well lit, so, all in all, I used to feel fairly safe wandering around at night. However, the only road home went through a small valley, with patches of bush on either side. I'm talking the Australian kind of bush. Tall, slender gum trees with bark hanging like sheets of skin, and patches of deep, inscrutable brush. The streetlights stopped at the top of each side of the valley, so the deepest stretch of road was only indirectly lit with dim light from above. Walking through the valley, I always had a little ball of apprehension fizzing away in my guts, but mind over matter, right? This night, however, because of the rain, I was jogging where I would usually walk, and I had my hoodie up and my headphones in. It wasn't until it was too late to avoid taking the turn into the valley that I realized there was a figure standing in the middle of the footpath. The shock of it slowed me down, and my mind started racing. Shit. This is why you shouldn't be wandering around in the middle of the night. Calm your shit. It's probably just someone having a nice stroll. In the rain. In a suit. It was a man wearing a dark, expensive-looking 3-piece suit. All he was holding was a brown leather bag. Slowly but surely, my brain is convincing my automatic nervous system that there is something really, really wrong with this situation. It's 3 in the morning. Why is he just standing there, in a suit, in the rain? He doesn't even seem to care about it. Why doesn't he have an umbrella? Why is he just watching me getting closer? It seems like he wants something. Oh shit, you're too close. It's fine. Just act normally. Keep jogging. I'm about 6 meters away, when he raises his free hand to stop me. I never realized just how strong social norms are until that moment. I slowed down and I stopped, because that's what you do when someone asks you to, even when your whole being is screaming at you that something is not right. You idiot, I thought to myself. As I pull out my earphone, he asks me, in a soft, almost feminine face utterly devoid of expression, "Do you know a house with a blue front door? Because I haven't been in the area for very long. I need to find it." Sorry, I don't know any place like that. How do I get to a main road? I think to myself, how the fuck did you get here? I tell him, the main road is that way. As we've been talking, my eyes have slowly adjusted to the light. I'm looking at his face, and there's something dripping out of his nose. There is blood dripping from his nose and down his face. By this stage, I have that full-blown feeling of horror. You know, the one you get when something is just, nope. I'm getting alternate flushes of hot and cold, and tingles in my hands and feet and face. I mumble an apology about needing to go. I put my earphones back in, and I jog away. I remember thinking, don't let him know you're scared. Don't run too fast. Don't run like prey. All the while, feeling his dead eyes following my progress up the hill. I didn't let myself look back until I had crested the hill and turned a corner. He wasn't there. I never did meet my significant other in the middle of the night again, nor did I ever see the house with the blue door. I've never been able to forget the moment of horror when I realized there was blood trickling out of his nose. I still wonder, what was he doing in the middle of nowhere at 3 a.m., dressed in a suit, just standing there in the rain, bleeding, and looking for the house with the blue door. I felt I had to share this encounter, because honestly, I never thought I'd experience something like this myself. Some quick background leading up to the night in question. I was graduating from university the next day, so I was determined to get an early night. I'd gone around to my friend's house for a spliff. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a pothead. It was more of a celebration. Anyway, I remembered I had to take my mum to the hospital. This was nothing serious, but she had to be taken and picked up. Then I remembered that we'd rolled the joint in the car. Disaster. She'd smell and see it everywhere. So I made a mental note to stop and vacuum the car. We have a 24-hour petrol station really close by to us, but it's sort of on its own, as in there are no houses or buildings around. I pull in and look over to the shop. They use a hatch after 12 and don't allow you inside, but I didn't need anything. It had just passed 4 AM, and I had to be up at 10 AM, so I wanted to get this done and just get out of there. The vacuum machine was behind the coal shed, but it was very well lit. I cranked on some music on my phone and got to work. £1 for 4 minutes of vacuuming. Not bad, I thought. No one else was in the parking lot, except one white van, but the guy inside was yelling wildly into his phone. Not loudly, just making a lot of gestures. Honestly, I felt for him. Probably some guy who had been driving all night. But hey, I cracked on with the work I had at hand. Then I looked over again, and I caught his eye. He looked away, and I laughed. Love at first sight, I thought to myself. I was in an amazing mood. Then it started to get weird. The summer sun was already starting to rise, and the streetlights went out, including those illuminating the petrol station. It wasn't dark, but it was noticeably creepier, and I was keen to really get a move on. I stared over at the van, and I saw the man watching me again, still talking on his phone. But then something happened that really freaked me out. I saw someone lean forward from the other seat and peek around the guy, then immediately slam themselves back against the seat. That's when I realized the guy on the phone was in the passenger seat and wasn't driving. I hadn't noticed it when I drove in, but I shrugged it off and set the vacuum cleaner back, ready to leave. I threw all my stuff back into my car and went to unlock the door, when a voice said, "Excuse me." I swear I nearly shat myself there and then. My heart was absolutely pounding. But I recognized the voice. The petrol station was a Spar, the same chain of stores I work in. And the guy who'd spoken was my old supervisor. He'd moved to the 24-hour station not long ago. He began to shout at me for using the vacuum so late at night. The two guys in the van just sat and watched us, as if waiting for him to go away. Then he said something to me that made this whole situation real. "I'm going to have to ask you to come inside." We weren't allowed to let customers in past 11, even in stores that are open until 12. This is a big no-no, especially as I knew I wasn't doing anything wrong. I allowed him to lead the way, and the moment we got into the store, he put the shutter down. He told me he'd been watching the guys in the van, and they'd been sitting there for nearly 3 hours. Little did I know, my old supervisor saw someone get out of the back of the van and, as he described it, put some masking tape across a few digits of their number plate, effectively creating a new one. I began to panic, but looking outside, I noticed the van was gone. After checking the CCTV, it was shown that they had sped away the minute that I walked into the store. We called the police, and they examined all the footage immediately, what little there was of it. They took the tape and thanked us for bringing it to their attention. At one point on the CCTV, the guy who got out of the back of the van turned to get back in it, and it looked like he had a knife in his hand. I realize that I sound dramatic, but I cannot help but imagine what would have happened if my old supervisor hadn't been looking out for me. I'm never vacuuming at 4 AM anymore, that's for sure. This incident occurred about 6 years ago, when I was 21 years old. Since I was a young kid, a great interest of mine has been herpetology, the study of reptiles and amphibians, and going out and searching for these types of critters, or herping, is my favourite hobby. South Louisiana, where I live, is a great place for herping, and a really good place to find my favourite animals, snakes. On the day of the incident, I was preparing to search for snakes on a road that ran through a swamp near Lake Pontchartrain by slowly driving down the road and catching snakes that were crossing it. It was late afternoon, and I had stopped at a gas station to fill my truck up before heading out to the herping spot. This particular gas station had a reputation for violent robberies and other unsavory activities, but they also had the cheapest gas prices in town, and it was still light out, so I wasn't too worried. I was pumping gas and daydreaming when an old late model sedan that looked like it had seen better days pulled up beside me. In the car were 4 thuggish young men staring at me. The driver, a very big individual in his late 20s or early 30s, kept looking at me menacingly out of his window. I instantly got very nervous, as I had no idea what they wanted. After a few seconds, the driver said, "Hey little boy, I got damn morphine." I realized that they were trying to sell me drugs. I replied, "Nah man." The driver said again, "Come on little boy, I got damn morphine." And again I told him no. The driver tried several times to push his dope on me, each time calling me some variant of little boy. I'm a very small young man with a slight build, and even to this day, I could pass as a teenager. And while I'm fine with this, I don't like constantly being reminded of it. And I certainly don't like someone using my small stature to intimidate me into doing things that I don't want to do. I finally got fed up and yelled at the driver, "No, I don't want any fucking morphine. Go away and leave me the fuck alone." This drew the attention of several other customers, which caused the guy to leave quickly, squealing his tires as he did. I paid for my gas and headed on out to the road through the swamp. The road itself gets hardly any traffic, as there's a major interstate next to it. Mostly, the traffic consists of people fishing or launching boats, so it's a great place for herping. I stopped my truck at the place where I wanted to begin my search, and began going through several pillowcases that held the snakes that I had found on my previous trip that I needed to let go. Inside each pillowcase, most of which contained small, harmless water snakes, was a scrap of paper that had the mile along the stretch of road they were found. That way, I would know where to release them again. I was making a list of these for efficiency's sake, so that I could quickly release each one and get on with my search. I was checking a case which held a greater than 4 feet long rat snake, when the same late model sedan pulled to a stop behind my truck. All 4 of the occupants piled out and began walking towards me. The driver, who must have weighed a solid 260, was coming straight at me, and all the others were fanning out around me. The driver started yelling, "What's up, little boy? You don't want my shit? We're gonna see what your little punk ass does now." I was scared to death, and had to work very hard to keep my knees from buckling under. I thought about the tire iron in my truck, and I realized that I would not be able to dig it out before they could get to me, and that the fear had drained the strength from me, so that I wouldn't be able to use it effectively anyway. So, I did the only thing I could think to do. I reached into the pillowcase and pulled out the rat snake. The snake instantly drew itself into a coil and began to gape and hiss. The 4 thugs, now only a few feet away, realized what was in my hand and immediately stopped their advance. When the driver began to back away, the movement caught the snake's attention and it lunged out in his direction. At this, the 4 of them began screaming and cursing loudly and piled hastily back into their car. They took off so quickly they hit the median and nearly tore out the bottom of their old car. I stood there, shaking, unable to move for a few minutes. The intimidating but harmless rat snake began to squirm around and latched onto my hand so that I had to come out of my fear-induced coma. I quickly drove to the release points of all the snakes and let them go, thanking the rat snake as it slithered back into the vegetation and went immediately home without doing any herping. This is actually a story about my stepmom and her best friend. I have my own, but I'm so hesitant to drag some of them up. I'm hoping telling someone else's story will open me up a little bit more. My stepmom didn't like us much, but she told my sister and I this experience growing up to scare us out of being stupid. It was my family's stranger danger story. My stepmom, we're going to call her Macy, grew up as a kind of privileged teen in the 70s, and her mum had moved their family over here, the States, from England when she was about 9. She went to a pretty nice high school in a really nice town. There, she made friends with a girl, Lily, who didn't exactly run with Macy's type of crowd, popular, stereotypical, etc. But they really hit it off, and Lily would take Macy out to do her type of stuff, which was hiking, fishing, sailing. There's even a hilarious set of pictures of them camping. My stepmom has raccoon eyes and looks like she hates everything. Anyway, because of Lily's influence, the 2 of them would do stuff like that a good amount. One Sunday, they decided to go on a hike in some hills about an hour away. Macy put on what I'm sure were her extremely expensive hiking shoes, and the 2 of them drove off to the hiking trails. Lily parked in this big clearing with makeshift parking spots. You know, like a piece of wood making the head of a space. But there were no other cars there. This was only important in hindsight. They started hiking up the hill, off the path because Lily fancied herself as something of a badass. The hike was nothing extraordinary. If you asked my stepmom, she would probably just lament for 15 minutes about how sticky and buggy it was. Anyway, they reached the top of the hill and my stepmom was done. The polished, pampered side of her was coming out, and she groaned until Lily, begrudgingly, said okay. They would rest and then walk down again, slower. They'd been heading down the hill for maybe 10 minutes, when Macy started bitching again. Lily conceded to walking down the side of the road instead of the rough hiking trail. So, there they are, probably looking like a couple of tools geared up for hiking and walking down a crappy road. And after not even 5 minutes, a truck pulled up next to them. It was red and rusty, and just generally looked like a clunker. The guy driving rolled down the window, and the girls looked in through the passenger's side window. He had a big beard, a baseball cap pulled down, and long brown hair. He greeted them and even smiled through his beard, asking if they needed a ride. Macy described him as charming, and even cute. Lily still says the moment he greeted her, her hackles went up. Despite her better judgment, my stepmom convinced her to get in the truck. She said it must only be a 10-minute drive down to the car, tops. The 2 girls opened the passenger's door to this rusty old thing, and the guy directed them behind the seat to get into the back. They settled in, and the truck started rumbling forwards. Lily always says that was the point it hit her. What a mistake they had just made. The back seat was clean enough, but there was a rope on the floor behind the driver's seat, and 4 boxes of saran wrap half hanging out from under the passenger's seat. It seemed creepy and weird, but Lily didn't want to freak my stepmom out, so she just kept her mouth shut. After 10 minutes of driving, the woods didn't look any clearer, and they hadn't seen another car the whole time. Lily asked how long he thought it would be. He said he was taking a different route down the hill, and had to stop somewhere to get something first. The girls were 16 and 17, and Lily didn't want to press the issue. She was scared. She can remember his hair, because she was sitting behind him. He looked like a woodsy guy, but his hair was super tangled and dirty. She noticed crusted mud on his collar, and tried to find something identifiable about him, but just got more scared the more she picked up on little details. He was youngish, strong-looking, and had about a foot on both of them. So, they didn't ask any more questions, and he didn't offer any information, and they drove on. Several minutes after that, they reached a tiny shack, or a log cabin looking place, right there in the clearing of the trees. There was an old stump where someone had been chopping wood, and a huge axe stuck into the log. Lily was definitely on red alert now. The guy turned off the truck and slipped out of it, saying, "I'll be right back. Don't get out." And he disappeared into the house. Lily started talking to my stepmom about how she was incredibly uncomfortable, but she mostly just dismissed it. Lily started begging, increasingly freaked out, and finally put her foot down, demanding that Macy exit the truck with her. So they got out and walked around the front of the vehicle. The house was around 50 yards in front of them. Why this guy would have left these 2 young girls in the truck alone while going into the house is beyond me. They wandered around, looking at it hesitantly. If this guy was really decent and just trying to give them a ride, it would be really rude to just run off, right? My stepmom had this strict upbringing when it came to manners and a public persona, and she saw it as an issue of that nature. So she actually started to head back to the truck, opening the front door to climb in behind the driver's seat. Lily was of course pissed off, and followed her to yell some more. That's when they noticed it. On the driver's side floor, half hidden under the seat, there was a big hatchet. It had dried, reddish-brown stains covering the blade and stuck to the floor under it. Lily understandably lost her shit at seeing it. My stepmom started getting hysterical. They decided that leaving was by far the best option at this point, and just booked it off the side of the property into the trees. They bumbled around in the trees for a little while, until Lily was fairly confident they were on their way back down the hill. My stepmom cried all the way down. Lily felt really bad about it, but was also completely freaked out that the guy would hear them, and so kept trying to calm her down. When they finally got back down to the bottom, and saw the old wooden fence that surrounded the original parking area, they were relieved. But, as they got closer, they saw it. The truck. It was parked on the other side of the gravelly makeshift lot, just sitting there, facing the other way, innocently. They couldn't see if anyone was in it, and of course, Macy wanted to run for the car, but Lily was super hesitant. Lily managed to calm my stepmom down, saying she wanted to wait before running out into the open, to see what was out there. Remember, this was taking place in the 1970s. No cell phones. There was no ranger station or anyone around. The parking lot was big, and empty, and open. And who knows what would have happened if they decided to stroll across it. Thankfully, Lily convinced my stepmom to chill, and the 2 of them hunkered down against a big tree, hidden by bushes and other trees, and waited it out for what seemed like a couple of hours, when dark started to fall. They were just planning their dash to their car, when they heard a clunk. Across the lot, they watched as one of the back doors to their car swung open. The bearded guy slid his way out of the back seat. He got out, shut the door, looked around at the surrounding woods for several moments, and then walked back to his truck. The truck lumbered past their car and out of sight. Several minutes after watching him drive away, they sprinted to their car as fast as they could, jumped in, and peeled out before they had even shut the doors. If this guy is still alive, he's really old. Thanks to this story that my stepmom told me, I always check my back seat before I get into my car. I've been reading stories on here for a while now, and I figured I'd post my own. I had to get my brother to help me recount this, as I was 12 at the time, and scared shitless as a result of what happened. This happened about 6 years ago. As stated, I was about 12, and my brother was 26 at the time. My brother had been serving in the US Army for several years when this happened, and was deploying in the Middle East on his second deployment if I remember correctly. Also of note was that he was a Green Beret and had recently, 3 or 4 months prior to this trip, completed the Army Special Forces qualification course, Robin Sage and all that, and by then was an active duty SF engineer sergeant. Definitely not someone you'd want to fuck around with. Given that we both grew up with a passion for the outdoors, he thought it would be nice to take me on a backpacking trip in northern Alabama, the Sipsey Wilderness for those familiar with the area, before he left for 9 months. The trip had gone smoothly up until the third night when we were camping out. Around 8 PM, we had our tent set up, had eaten dinner, and were sitting by the fire talking about typical boy shit, guns, girls, etc. For some reference, our spot was about 50 yards from a large stream, and about 50 yards downhill adjacent to a large path. Our camp, the stream and the path, formed a triangle of sorts. This was summertime in Alabama, so it wasn't quite dark yet when 2 guys, who looked to be in their late 20s, wandered up and asked if we had seen any hogs while we were hiking around. Given that this is rural Alabama, we actually had seen some further into the wilderness area and told them so. Even though they were relatively polite, my brother called them good old boys, I got a seriously creepy vibe from them. Dirty clothes, greasy hair, scraggly facial hair, etc. I think they looked like they belonged in the movie Deliverance. They kinda hung out for a few minutes, maybe a little longer than they should have, looking around, asking us questions like how long we'd been out there, how long we were staying, and it looked like they were kind of sizing us up. They then abruptly said goodbye and walked away. I didn't necessarily feel threatened by them, and I know for sure my brother didn't, but I still felt uneasy about the whole thing. Fast forward 3 or 4 hours. My brother and I had gone to sleep and were nestling into our tent when I woke up to the sound of multiple dogs barking. I've always been a heavy sleeper, and they sounded like they were only about 100 yards away or so. My heart immediately started pounding, and I kicked my brother through my sleeping bag and asked if he was awake or if he'd heard the dogs. He responded, "I'm awake. They've been getting closer for the past hour or so. Just lay still and don't make any sounds." Needless to say, 12-year-old me was about to shit my pants. We would also hear sporadic shouts from several different sources, but neither came any closer. A few minutes later, my brother whispered, "They're just hunting for hogs. They use the dogs to pin them down and then they shoot them." This gave me some relief, but not much. Somehow, I managed to fall back asleep. The fact that they were doing this late at night was a huge red flag, my brother later told me, but I think at the time, he was just trying to keep me calm. Fast forward what was probably another 3 hours, around 2 AM. I'd managed to sleep pretty well after first hearing the hog hunters, when I woke up to my brother squeezing my shoulder firmly, saying, "Wake up, put your shoes on quickly, and follow me. Be as quiet as you can." My heart immediately went back to racing, because I heard the dogs and the voices in the distance, farther away than before, but still distinct. Not asking any questions, I did what he said, and as soon as we were out of the tent, he told me to get on his back. We snuck about 50 yards into the woods, towards the junction of the path and the stream, and crawled into some bushes. It was up a hill, so we had a pretty good elevated view of our campsite. I remember, as we were laying there, how loudly I was breathing, and how quiet he was, when I heard the very distinct sound of a pistol slide racking. I looked over, and my brother had a pistol, a HK USP that he gave to me a few years after this story took place. He was watching the campsite and the surrounding area. I started to whisper to him when he put his hand over my mouth and pointed at the campsite. The group of hunters had steadily approached our campsite, and by this time, 30 minutes or so, had reached it. There were 5 of them, and about 3 or 4 dogs. They all looked relatively young, but 2 had either rifles or shotguns, and the dogs were going crazy, obviously having smelled our scent. For those of you who are backpackers or campers, nobody who comes up on a random camp in the middle of the night with dogs and guns has good intentions. I knew this, and my brother knew this. I was scared shitless. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but my brother later told me that they were talking about us, although he hadn't heard any specifics either. They lingered for about 20 minutes, shining flashlights around and talking to themselves, when my brother put his mouth to my ear and said, "If they come towards us, I want you to turn and run as quickly as you can. Don't stop, don't look back. Stay off the trail and look for the flashing lights." I didn't know what he meant by the flashing lights, but I'll get to that later. I knew I could make it back, because he had taught me land nav pretty well. He then handed me a flashlight and told me not to take the red filter off. He later told me that the red filter helps preserve night vision and cuts down ambient light, so it would be harder for someone to see me from a distance. At this point I was so scared I almost started crying, but at the same time I had a rush of adrenaline and what I think now was confidence that he thought I could handle myself. We laid there for a while longer, when, out of nowhere, they started screaming, "Where are you at?" and started firing into the woods at random. My brother dragged me back behind the crest of the hill and threw himself on top of me. Thankfully, from our position on top of the hill, we were protected from any gunfire. They shot maybe 5 or 6 more times, and then started walking back the direction they came from. They got maybe 100 yards away, when I heard a blaring siren and saw emergency lights flashing through the woods. Turns out, my brother had called the Forest Service office on a satellite phone he had. He did this while I was asleep, and they had sent out a Forest Service officer and game wardens to our area of the wilderness. The Sipsey Wilderness is about 25,000 acres in size, so it took them a while to get there on the dirt roads. When we saw the game warden's truck, my brother signaled them over with the light and pointed them in the direction the hunters had gone, and the guy sped off, shining his spotlight through the woods. As soon as we were sure they were all gone, we went back to our camp, packed up our shit, and waited by the path for the game warden to come back. The game warden gave us a ride in his truck bed, back to the main staging area. On the ride back, my brother told me how brave I'd been, and that we would talk about it with our parents the next day if I wanted to. I asked him not to do that, because I thought they might never let me go hiking again. We never got any definitive information on what happened to the rednecks we encountered. I have many friends who have gone out to the Sipsey area and had a great time with no creepy stuff going on. However, it truly is a wilderness. and law enforcement response, if you can even reach them, would be slow. I was lucky that my brother was there and reacted so quickly. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened. Me and a buddy chose to go backpacking in some national forest in Oregon, specifically for how remote it was. About a year prior, a family became lost in that forest, and the father was never found, although the mother and child lived to tell the tale. Anyway, we set up camp around 4 PM, after getting pretty deep into the woods on a mountain accessed by logging roads, maybe about 100 or 200 yards from where we parked, near a lake. Without much else to do, we started a fire and cracked some beers as the sun went down. Then, some pickup trucks started going through the woods, slowing down when they saw our campfire. We got curious and stupid because of the beers, and went deeper into the woods. Seemed like a hell of a party was going on. Then we stumbled into a clearing, where maybe 15 or 20 dudes were hanging around a bonfire, next to a mossy, run-down camper trailer. One had a pistol on his hip. Another was just chilling with a shotgun. We're thinking, oh shit, at first. But then one of them approaches us, and acts neighborly and invites us to have a beer, so it seemed okay. They were joking around mostly, some talking about drugs, coke, meth. But then there were some older dudes that seemed pretty tense. As this happened, 4 or 5 dudes who seemed to be standing sentry at the camper went inside for a few minutes. This camper didn't look like it had been moved in a very long time. When they came back out, they said we were faggots and saw us making out. Pretty quickly I got up to head back to our site, but my slower, drunker buddy took a few punches. Then he made it out and started following, and we were sprinting through the forest in the darkness, just hoping to get back to our site by spotting the glowing embers of our burnt-out fire, all the while being chased by gun-toting nuts. We found our site, and with pretty much everything still in the tent, we pulled the stakes to toss it in the trunk of our car. Then we hear an enraged scream coming from about 50 yards behind us. Something along the lines of, "Kill the faggots." So we were like, fuck it, dropped the tent and gear without even saying a word to each other, and sprinted in the direction of our car. We peeled out and thought we were good, but about 30 seconds later, some headlights come up from behind us, and I'm thinking, fuck, that's the truck that Shotgun Dude was chilling at. So now we're being pursued by crazy gun-toting rednecks with a superior vehicle in unfamiliar forest on unmaintained logging roads in the dark, and the only thing we can do is speed up. I remember looking at the speedometer as we approached a washed-out hairpin turn, and it was moving from 45 to 50 miles an hour, and the truck was tailing us pretty close, like only a couple of feet behind us. I was pretty sure that we were going to slide off that cliff and die. Somehow, my drunk-ass buddy managed to make the turn and get some distance between us and the tweakers, and we eventually made it onto a paved 2-lane, at which point the truck pulled off. We put it together later that that camper van had to be a meth lab. There's nothing else it really could have been. Deep in the forest with armed guards, and looking like it hadn't been moved for years. So in essence, this whole event resulted in a drunken high-speed chase at night on unfamiliar logging roads, and we nearly slid off the side of that mountain. A while ago, I was staying at an upscale hotel in the safe area of a large Midwestern city. I'm a 16-year-old female, and I was in a room all by myself, with my parents a few doors down. In theory, this isn't unsafe by any means, but I had bad luck on this particular trip. Our first night there passed without incident, me in my room, my parents in theirs. I watched a pay-per-view movie, and I ate way too much from the snack bar. I didn't have any reason to feel unsafe. The next morning, we did the usual tourist stuff that one does when they're visiting a new city. As we ate breakfast in the hotel restaurant, I noticed a man who looked to be in his 60s, staring at me for an abnormally long amount of time. I won't lie, as a young and decently attractive female, I'm used to getting the occasional inappropriate look from a guy, so I ignored it and chalked it up to him either being a pervert or thinking I looked like his granddaughter or something. The next night, my parents allowed me to meet up with a friend for dinner who lived in the area. He met me in the hotel lobby, and we had a nice dinner, and then we went back to the hotel for drinks. Yes, I'm underage, but I had a drink. Shoot me now. Coincidentally, the same man who had been eyeing me earlier was at this bar. This time, I knew I didn't remind him of his granddaughter. Even with my buff guy friend next to me, his eyes traced every curve of my body. I felt unsettled, and I mentioned it to my friend, Ethan, who glanced over and also seemed really weirded out by how obvious this guy was leering. We left the bar quickly, and by now it was around 12:30 AM. Ethan walked me to the elevators of the hotel, and once I pushed the button, he left. I wish that I had asked him to stay, because no sooner had he walked away than that creeper came around the corner and stood there waiting with me for the elevator. I felt so uncomfortable knowing that he would be seeing what floor I got off on, and it hadn't occurred to me at that point to get off on a different floor. When we were in the elevator together, I tried to keep my eyes averted from his, but they literally bore into my body. He kept trying to step closer, and I kept backing up, too scared to even speak. What freaked me out even more was that he hadn't pressed a separate elevator button, so he had planned on getting off when I did. When I got off on my floor, I almost ran to my room, and the guy just stood there at the end of the hallway, waiting to see where I was going. I stayed in my room for 15 minutes, until I was sure that he was gone, before I told my parents what had happened. They were freaked out, and told the hotel staff, but there was no sign of that guy, and it was really late, so I just locked my door and tried to go to sleep. I had almost drifted off, when I heard a knock at my door. Now, I'm not an idiot. I've creeped on this subreddit in no sleep for a long time, so I didn't just go and open the door at nearly 2 AM. Instead, I turned on a light and froze. At this point, my intuition had kicked in, and I knew it was the guy. I was near tears, but the knocking kept continuing, harder and harder, so I finally shouted and asked who it was. The voice that replied to me was the most chilling thing I have ever heard. High-pitched, but growly, almost giggly, and so disturbing I can barely describe it. It's the hotel staff. Please, let me in. I was terrified. A look through the peephole confirmed that it was the same creepy old guy. I locked myself in the bathroom and called my dad's phone. He has a habit of always keeping his ringer on, so he answered me almost immediately, and I tried to tell him what was wrong through my tears. The guy from before, I managed, is at my door. What happened next gives me nightmares. My dad naturally went into superhero mode and opened his door to find the old man in just a robe, masturbating. It's pretty obvious to piece together what he was planning, and I still dream about it and have severe PTSD from it. My dad slugged the dude in the face and made sure he didn't move an inch while my mum called hotel security. We pressed charges, and the guy's in prison now on what I think are assault and intent to commit rape charges, but I could be wrong. When dealing with hotel management, concierge, and police that night, we discovered that this man had been trying to get a key to my room even before the elevator incident. He hadn't used my name or anything. He just said, "Can I please get the key to room X?" with no other explanation. He somehow knew my room number, even before seeing where it was. What I think is that he knew where I was staying before the elevator incident, but wanted to make it known to me that he knew. It unnerves me to this day, thinking that he'd probably seen me go in and out without me noticing. When I was about 16, I went on a trip to Cabo San Lucas with my family and my best friend. My friend and I had a hotel room to ourselves for the trip, something I was naturally excited about. One afternoon, I was getting on the elevator and a security guard got on with me. As the elevator rose, he looked at me and said, "Excuse me, were you wearing a green skirt on the beach the other day?" Yes. Why?" I replied. I was already reflexively creeped out at the mention of the miniskirt I had worn a few days prior. "Oh, nothing. I really liked it a lot." When I got out of the elevator, he got off at the same floor and was walking past as I took out my keycard to unlock the door to my room. At 4 a.m. that morning, I woke up startled, only to register that there was a man standing silently at the foot of my bed. A man in a security guard uniform, the one from the elevator. As he saw me wake up, he stammered something about my door not being locked properly and ran out of the room. I was still groggy and didn't fully register what had just happened. A moment after he ran out, I became aware I was lying on my back, with the covers around my ankles. I sleep in the nude, but never kick my covers off in my sleep, as I'm always cold and the AC was on full blast as well. I'm also a very deep sleeper, so someone standing at my bed alone would never stir me. I'm pretty sure him pulling the covers back, causing me to get cold, is what woke me up. I'm scared to think what could have happened if my friend hadn't been fast asleep in the next bed. Unfortunately, as I was so creeped out in the elevator and had avoided making eye contact with him, I never looked at his face, and as it was so dark, I couldn't have identified him in my room. I never bothered to report it to the hotel. I still regret that, years later. Last summer, I worked at a water park / hotel / golf course timeshare place. I was hired to draw caricatures in the hotel lobby, which was kind of a cool job. It paid really well. I drew a lot of caricatures over the summer, and I'll tell you what, you meet all kinds of people. Here's the story. One slow day, 2 ladies who were fat, ugly, missing teeth and absolutely foul-smelling walked by with a 10-year-old boy, and the 2 ladies were immediately excited about the idea of having their kid drawn. I think they were sisters. They seemed basically normal. They chatted with me, watched me do a drawing, and waited for me to finish the one I was working on. Anyway, it came to their turn, and we started to talk again. People would usually have me do a theme to their drawing, like draw us as a Power Ranger or something. I asked the kid what he wanted his picture to be about. He didn't say anything, and his mother stooped down so he could whisper in her ear. She relayed to me that he wanted to be drawn as Godzilla. I was like, oh, okay. Wait, do you want to be drawn like fighting Godzilla? Riding on his back or what? He spoke to his mother again. No, he wanted to be Godzilla. Okay, sure, whatever. So, he sat down in my chair, and I tried talking to him about what he liked. Did he play sports? Just random stuff I would talk to people about to keep them entertained while I drew. He didn't say anything, which is fine. Some kids are shy. But this kid actually seemed kind of disturbed. Like there was a reason he couldn't talk or something. That, I can't say for sure. But these 2 ladies basically spoke for him, and really enjoyed talking to me while they watched me draw. At one point, the mother of the kid got really close to me, and said she wanted to talk to me when I was done. I said, okay. Her breath reeked really badly, I finished the drawing of the kid as Godzilla, and he said thank you, which surprised me, and the two ladies laughed and looked over the picture and liked it a lot. The kid and one of the ladies left for the water park, and the mother stayed behind to talk to me as she asked. She said something like, "Okay, now I'd like you to draw another picture, but this one is sort of personal." A little concerned, I asked her to explain. She pulled out her phone and started scrolling through pictures. She got uncomfortably close to me, had a big smile on her face, and said, "Ready?" I nodded, really weirded out, and looked down at her phone to see a picture of a stillborn child that looked as if it had been dipped in blood. "Beautiful, isn't he?" the lady said. I called him my little monkey, because he looked like a monkey. And she laughed really, really loudly. I was speechless. I sort of slapped my hand to my forehead. It took me a while to respond, but all I could think to say was, "All children are beautiful." Trying hard to mask how fucking shocked I was, the lady then said, "Well, I'd like you to draw him as a monkey." I didn't say anything. She scrolled to another picture on her phone. Another premature baby with tubes up its nose. And the woman said, "And this was my little seal. He lasted 4 hours. Doesn't he look like a little seal?" Of course, she wanted me to draw him as a seal. Holy shit. So bizarre. Her breath reeked of alcohol and smoke, and just general odor, and she was laughing in my face. Without asking, the lady sent the pictures to my cell phone, because my number was on the sign by the easel. I was so shocked that I could hardly put a sentence together. I said something to the effect of maybe, because I couldn't help but feel bad for her. She said, "Great, we're here until Thursday," and walked away. I called off until Friday. This just happened tonight. Not to me, but to my wife. I'm writing this from a McDonald's parking lot 3 blocks from the police station, where my wife is giving her statement. She works front desk at a hotel. It's a busy one, given more to the business types. She usually works until 11 or midnight, and, being the protective type, I'm usually there with her, though not for altogether altruistic reasons, but Wi-Fi, coffee and TV. 3 weeks back, I'm there watching an episode of Justified, and I meet this fellow. I got his name and forgot it instantly. He's staying there long term. I'm not going to tell you why. Business of sorts. I instantly knew I didn't like him. 1, he interrupted my show, and 2, I can tell he's a little off. He has a cast on his hand, from what he said was hitting a wall. He rambles on, speaking of a 2012 prophecy and fundamentalist Christianity. He talks of being sober from drink for 36 months, but takes a lot of pills. Basically, he's got issues. He had an ambulance called last week. Apparently he OD'd. But he still stays at the hotel. And tonight, he calls down to my wife. He tells her to call the police. My wife asks if anyone's hurt. He says someone will be in about 90 seconds. My wife called the cops. I wasn't there tonight. What I know is what she told me while waiting to be interviewed. He comes down and goes to the dining area. He's got a gun. The assistant manager goes out there, and then my wife does a couple of minutes later. She finds the assistant manager is face down on the carpet, with the man standing over him, still holding the gun. He sees my wife, and points the gun at her. Then, he hears something, gets distracted, and my wife backs up and gets behind a wall. The police come in, a lot of them. She hears the man yelling, Then she hears a shot. She doesn't know who pulled the trigger. About 3 weeks ago, my mum told my brother and I this story. Sally is a lifelong family friend. She would frequently visit her friends and family in Oklahoma. We live in a small town in southern Ontario, Canada. So, Sally would drive. Sally would drive straight 20 hours at least, overnight, to get from our town to another small town. She did this to save money, and obviously she wanted to arrive as soon as possible. Now that you've heard the prelude, here's the story. About 30 years ago, she decided to head south for a visit. No big deal, she's done this a few times now. So, she packs up and heads out. At some point, after driving about 14 or 15 hours, she started getting pretty tired. Being as it was probably the 80s, it was a little safer, so she decided that she would stop at a rest stop for the night to get some sleep, and resume again first thing in the AM. She parks in a very well lit and busy rest stop. She parks right by the lights, and felt at ease because there was an abundance of travellers stopping and going. She gets out of her car for a bathroom break, comes back, and settles in her car. About then, an RV pulls up beside her, and an elderly couple get out. The man asks her about coming from Canada. They strike up a little conversation. Nothing odd. The couple just talk to Sally for a little bit. They tell her that they're driving from the south, going north, and they just needed to have a sleep for the night. They wanted to talk because they were unsure if the rest stop was okay to stop at, but seeing as Sally was there, they felt at ease. They say good night and good trip, and the couple head back to their RV. Sally locked her doors up and went to sleep. 2 or 3 hours later, Sally woke up with a really unsettling feeling. She looks around. Nothing. A few people going in the stop. Parking lights are all on. She assumes she's just feeling bad because she's tired and her car isn't the best place to sleep in. After 10 minutes, she actually said that this feeling got worse, and it was a jarring, queasy, uneasy feeling. She sits back and tries to shrug it off. This doesn't work, and apparently she had every red alarm and instinct telling her that she needed to go. She panics, starts her car and peels off. She doesn't care where, she just knew that she needed to get away from there. About 20 miles down the road, she finds a motel and gas station. She decides to see if she could get a room there for what little money she had. She converses with the person in charge. He cuts her a deal because he doesn't want to see a young woman driving alone late at night. She gets a key, pops in her hotel room, and sleeps for the night. No issues whatsoever. Around 9 AM, she wakes up, showers, changes clothes, and decides to relax for a few. She turns on the TV, and what she said was on it actually gave me chills. There was a breaking news story about an elderly couple who had been killed in the middle of the night. The news shows the RV that Sally was parked next to, in the exact same spot, at the exact same stop. She even sees the fast food drink cup that she dropped by accident that rolled under her car. Sometime during the night, a man broke into their RV and killed them, and then simply left. Presumably this all happened right before Sally had left. The man was never caught, and Sally, since then, stopped at hotels for the night and avoided rest stops. This encounter takes place several years ago, in a remote part of the Australian outback. For a bit of background, I'm a pretty built 6'2" dude, and I was around 26 years old at the time. I was on a road trip with a mate, travelling around the central Queensland outback, in my old, semi-reliable Nissan X-Trail. We're both massive science zoology nerds, and had heard about this amazing dinosaur trail out this way, which is basically a grouping of 3 areas, Winton, Richmond, and Hewenden, that have had previous dino bone discoveries, still have fossils, as well as a seriously awesome dinosaur track with preserved foot imprints. We were staying at a place 3 hours from Winton for a couple of days, and were pretty keen to check out this trail. So, we made the decision to do the 6-hour round trip in a day. We were pretty ambitious and stupid back then. We left at 9 AM the next morning, car packed with lunch, several litres of water, and my trusty GPS, and off we went. It was a long drive, and halfway through, my aircon decided to cark it. If any of you live in or have visited Australia in the summer, you would know that it's brutally hot. So I'm sure you can imagine the 3-hour trip without aircon was hell. To make matters worse, my GPS also stopped working, as the map software didn't recognise the area we were in. Luckily, I had an old Refidex in my back seat, but it was pretty tough to revert back to map reading when you're so used to a computer screen telling you where to go. Especially given we're talking about the Australian outback here, complete with dirt tracks for roads and very limited signage. But I digress. Finally, we make it to the trail, and kick around there for a couple of hours. Not gonna lie, it was pretty awesome. Then we decided to make the trip back, as it was starting to get later in the afternoon, and we didn't want to drive back in the dark. As we were about to leave, this gnarly old guy, who appeared to be an employee of the trail company, dressed in all khaki camouflage gear, asked us about where we were from and where we were heading. He gave me the stink eye when I was vague with details, but my mate told him the name of the town we were staying at. He took a real liking to my mate, and he laughed when he told him about our lengthy journey. Apparently we had taken the long route, and there was a much quicker way back that would shave about an hour off our trip. We jumped at the directions he gave us, which were all verbal, and we wrote them down. Off we went on our merry way, thinking how lucky we were that we met this old dude, who gave us some sweet intel on a shortcut home. But I can't deny, there was a definite creepy vibe coming off him. Based on the directions he gave us, we went winding along several roads in an area I'd never been in, and eventually settled straight back on a narrow dirt road. We were supposed to reach an intersection after about half an hour of driving, take a right and continue on that road until we got to a main highway that would take us back. After about an hour and a half of driving on this dirt trail though, we still hadn't reached the intersection. I was starting to freak out a bit, thinking we'd missed the turn, but my mate was completely chilled out, and was sure that we'd get there eventually. I think he thought I was driving too slowly, but there are kangaroos out there, and they're dangerous if you hit one. We'd been travelling for quite a while now, and it was getting later and later in the day, and it got to the point where the petrol in the tank was only a quarter full. There were no houses, other roads or cars in sight, and I was really not comfortable with where this was headed. The middle of nowhere, in a remote area, in the wasteland that is the Australian outback. There weren't any trees, only this dirt road, and desolate, dry bushland as far as the eye can see. I stopped the car and told my mate to get the binoculars out of the back, to take a look around in case there was any landmarks. Yes, I carried binoculars in my car, and I still do. He obliges, and I can just make out a house-like structure not too far in the distance, so we made the decision to head for that. We figured it could be a house, and maybe the people would be nice enough to give us some petrol to top us up, and some better directions to get us out of there. As we neared this structure, it became apparent that this was no house at all. We pulled up out front, and see that it's an old caravan that's been burned to a shell from the inside out. It's still got 3 blackened partial walls up though, so we can't see all the way in, and it looks like someone's been there recently, because there are animal bones strung up all over the place, and a cow skull at the entrance of the caravan. Some of the animal bone things even have grass or horsehair woven into them, and they're arranged like decorations. Then we see this hand-painted sign that's been staked into the ground, with the words, Moonlight Motel written on it. My alarm bells are ringing loud and clear. I nudge my friend and say, let's get the fuck out of here. But he's distracted by something in the distance. It's a car, coming in the direction we'd just come from. It must have only been 10 minutes behind us the entire time we were driving, but I didn't see it once. It's kicking up a ton of dust, which indicates that it's coming towards us fast. It's at this point we both hear a creepy scratching sound coming from the burned out caravan, like someone scratching at the wall from the inside. I move a little closer to try and see what it is, and there is a person in there, peeking out at us from a hole in the damaged wall. Then, this childlike voice, that's obviously a grown man imitating a little girl, giggles and says, "Are you here to play with me?" My mate and I both look at each other, and we book it out of there, back into the inner sanctum of the X-Trail. Just as I'm about to reverse out, the other car stops just behind my car, with the high beams on. I can't see the driver, but they're in my way, so I can't reverse out of there. I have no choice but to drive forward and turn around that way, narrowly missing the State Motel sign. As we're turning to leave, the driver starts to blare the horn, just hammering it for no reason at all. I just sped off back in the direction that we came, and thankfully the other car doesn't follow. It's getting to twilight at this stage, and pretty dangerous to be out on these country roads once it's dark, because of the aforementioned kangaroo situation. But we're feeling a bit better, as we manage to navigate our way back to where we came from, the Dino Trail, and even start to joke around about what happened. The person in the other car was probably just honking at us to get our attention to help with directions or something. I pull into the parking lot and go to the front desk area of the company that runs the tours. I explained that we had gotten lost on the way back to the town we were staying at, and the lady there was kind enough to give us just enough petrol for the ride back. I couldn't help myself, and I mentioned to her that our workmate was a real jerk for giving us those weird directions. We figured there was no way that we could have messed up with the directions that he gave us. At this point, she gives me a weird look, and asked if I could describe him. So I describe him, and her face goes funny, and she says, "That man doesn't work here. I saw him talking with the tourists today, and my boss had to ask him to leave. He kept trying to get the details of where people were staying, and telling them that he had vacancies at his place, and they could stay there, the Moonlight Motel." So, to the creepy old dude, who was pretending to give helpful directions to a couple of city folk to trap and potentially murder them in your lovely accommodation, let's not meet. My dad is a journalist and non-fiction writer, but at the time of this incident, he was a reporter for the Virginia Pilot, based out of Virginia. He was working on a new book titled The Big Roads when this occurred. We often went on road trips for his research needs, and once his proposal for his new book was accepted, we went on a cross-country road trip from Virginia to California, and back on old Route 66 for the book. Me, being 13 at the time, demanded he let me bring a friend along, and so there was 3 of us. The first quarter of our month-long adventure went off without a hitch. We either stayed in motels, with the occasional stay at a grand old historic hotel. My dad, being the outdoorsman that he was, decided that we should camp about 5 or 6 times throughout our trip. The first night we camped, we were in the middle of literally nowhere. No one for at least 20 miles on either side, in the middle of the Utah desert. When we arrived at our campsite in our rented minivan, my dad wanted to explore a bit, because at the bottom of the hill that our campsite was situated on was an old Pony Express stop. On account of all the bees and wasps, my friend decided to stay in the minivan until my dad and I had finished checking out the Pony Express stop and set up camp. We were utterly alone, and, as a rather jumpy and skittish 13-year-old, it became apparent that we were isolated to the point that, if anything happened, we'd be totally screwed. That's all I could think about as my dad and I walked down the hill to explore. We checked out the old station, and everything was going smoothly, until we were about halfway back up the hill. A large truck that we had noticed driving down an old dirt road a few minutes before had turned into the campsite. We were surprised, but really didn't think anything of it. Maybe this guy was on an adventure too. The truck parked halfway up the road, and a man got out. He had what I think was a hunting rifle, and started hunting around the area my dad and I were in, about 50 feet from our campsite. Of course, this was an absolute no hunting zone, and my dad became a bit concerned, because my friend was closer to the stranger than she was to us. He yelled out to the man, saying that there were children around, and he couldn't hunt there. As soon as the man turned to face us, I got an overwhelming sense of complete doom. I felt in my entire body that something wasn't right. The man looked us over, and without saying a word, aimed his gun at us. My dad doesn't carry a gun, a knife, or any kind of weapon. I felt completely trapped. My dad ushered me behind a large boulder, but he didn't hide. He stood his ground. There was a solid minute of this man aiming his gun at my dad, and my dad standing completely still, staring back. In my mind, I considered all the ways this could go down. I was absolutely terrified that this guy would shoot my dad, and somehow my friend, and I would have to escape or get murdered during this tense minute. The guy lowered his gun, cocked his head to the side, and pointed at my dad, with his fingers in the shape of a pistol, and fake shot him. Then he simply got into his truck and drove away. That night, my friend and I slept in the minivan in 90-degree heat, because I was positive this guy would come back and murder us all. Thankfully, he didn't come back. This happened to me about 2 years ago, when I was on a cross-country road trip with my good friend, Kim. We started in the northwest, and our final destination was in Georgia. We were trying to make this trip as quickly as possible, and since it was just the two of us, we took shifts, sleeping and driving. We had just passed through Laramie, Wyoming, where I got pulled over for speeding. It wasn't anything major, only 10 miles over the speed limit. I apologized to the officer, and he kindly let us off the hook, since our car had no cruise control, and we had a long way to go. After leaving Laramie, we didn't stop for a long time, and the highway rarely cut through any towns. It was probably 3 or 4 in the morning, and the highway was deserted. Tall pines lined the 2-lane blacktop, and jagged mountains framed the starlit sky above. Kim was sleeping heavily. Her chair reclined all the way down, a blanket thrown over her head. I had the radio on, but she was so exhausted she didn't even stir. I was trying to concentrate on the road and the quiet music on the radio to stay awake. Visibility was very limited. There were no lights on this road. Suddenly, red and blue lights flashed in my rearview mirror. I hastily looked at my speedometer, but I was diligently following the speed limit after my narrow escape from getting a ticket before. I pulled over, killed my engine, and rolled down the window. The cop car behind me appeared to be an unmarked vehicle, but it was hard to tell. Kim didn't stir as the police officer approached my window. "Ma'am," he said in a Midwestern drawl, "do you know why I pulled you over today?" "No, officer, I don't," I replied. His flashlight was pointing directly at my face, and I had to avert my eyes. I looked at the badge on his chest instead of his face. "Your plates sure are from far away. Where are you headed?" The police officer in Laramie had asked the same thing. "Georgia, family emergency." "Is that so? Well, miss, you aren't in any shape to make it to Georgia from Nebraska. No siree." I frowned. Was my car breaking down? Tail lights out? In my tired haze, had I missed something vital? So I asked him, "I'm sorry, what's wrong?" "Here, miss. Step out of the car. I can show you." He gestured with his flashlight, and the beam slanted across Kim's blanketed, shrouded face, and she sat up. She yawned and asked what was going on. The police officer abruptly turned, walked away and got into his car. He flipped a U-turn and sped off in the opposite direction down the highway. Kim and I stared at each other for a moment, before I started the car, rolled up the window and sped off, with no regard for the speed limit this time. Don't stop for unmarked police cars, 300 miles from civilization. Shortly after high school, some friends and I went camping one weekend. We drove to a national park, which had a campground, but we decided to camp outside the ground so we wouldn't have to worry about making too much noise and disturbing other campers. We set everything up in a nice clearing next to a bushy slope, get a fire going, the moon comes out, and we crack open some beers. So far, so good. Around 10 PM, we suddenly hear the sound of people walking downhill through the bush towards our camp. This puts us on guard, but we weren't too concerned because it's a popular park and we figure it's just some other campers making the most of the long weekend. We all keep our eyes trained towards the sounds, and soon enough the people arrive at the bottom of the slope. But they don't cross the tree line into the clearing. They just stop in a huddle, and it's hard to make out the details, but it looks like there's about 6 figures. Somewhat oddly, all of them are dressed in white, and the moonlight reflecting off the garments gives them an eerie glow. I can sense my friends are starting to feel as nervous as I am. My friend D tries to escape the tension and calls out to the group in a friendly way. "Hey, how's it going?" They don't reply. D keeps calling out to them, stuff like, "We're just enjoying some beers here, it's a beautiful night. What are you up to?" They don't reply. Eventually, one of the figures emerges from the tree line and walks towards us. He stops just beyond the light from our fire and stands there, staring down at us. D babbles at him for a few seconds with some nervous banter, but the man cuts D off mid-sentence. "How long will you be here for?" he asks, really low and slow, so we can't make out his accent or tone, but he certainly doesn't sound friendly. We were originally going to camp there for 2 nights, but I have a bad feeling now for obvious reasons, and I blurt out, "Oh, we're not hanging around. We leave first thing tomorrow morning." My friends murmur in agreement, and the guy says nothing. Just stands there, staring down at us. I notice his clothes in more detail now. As mentioned, they're all white, and the top was kind of a loose, plain baseball jersey, only made from a thin cottonish material. This is odd because that night is fairly cool. Cool enough that I can see the man's breath and he should be freezing. But whatever, he just keeps staring and I can hear the others from his group shuffling in their spot behind the tree line. Finally, the man speaks again. "You're leaving tomorrow morning." It's not a question. We all agree, panicking now. Yes, we're leaving tomorrow. Apparently satisfied, the man turns away and walks back to his group. They all start making their way back up the slope. My friends and I say very little until we can't hear the group anymore. And even when they're totally out of earshot, we speak in nervous whispers. What the fuck was that all about? Man, some people are weird. We try to chill out, get some music going, crack open some more beers. But we're shaken up now. And what's more, we can feel we're being watched. We think the group must be parked up the slope somewhere, scoping us out. So much for a fun night out drinking and bullshitting. We're too wound up, and we end up crawling into the tents, where we spend the night bunkered down like mice hiding from a cat. We get up early and leave immediately. The whole time we're trekking back to the car park, we feel like we're being trailed. The sensation of being watched never leaves us. Once we're loaded into the car and on the road, we finally relax. Man, that was some freaky shit last night. We go over all of it, kind of excited in a weird way, considering all the different theories. Meth heads? A cult? Satanists? But would Satanists dress in all white? It's almost amusing now we're out of danger. We stop at the town nearest to the park. It's a real bumfuck nowhere kind of place. Just a petrol station, a dingy looking pub, a closed down bank and other retail decay. We pull into the petrol station for snacks, and the guy manning the counter looks like a bit of a hard ass. But we chat a bit and he's friendly enough. We tell him about running into some weird people last night in the park, and he's very interested in that. He makes us explain in detail what happened. After he's heard our story, I expect him to laugh it off. Oh, they were just some religious weirdos that camp out there sometimes. But he doesn't laugh. He gets all quiet and narrows his eyes. You kids were real lucky last night, he says. And that right there is the scariest part. Because he's a no bullshit cowboy type. And I can tell he's being deadly serious. We pay for our snacks and drive back to the city, never to return. I've told this story a few times, and others often come up with kooky explanations. That those weird people were ghosts or alien hybrids or aboriginal spirits or something. The white clothes seem to trip people out. This wasn't that though. These were real flesh and blood people we saw. There was nothing paranormal about it. I once came across a similar story to this on a forum. It happened in the USA, but it was almost exactly the same experience. I went to high school with a guy. We'll say his name is Bob. Bob and I were never really close, but we sometimes hung out in the same circle. He was in a band and I was in drama. Bob was always a little off. I think he may have had a learning disability, and maybe that resulted in him being socially awkward. Anyway, by sophomore year he was dating a friend of mine, so I saw more of him. By junior year he had dropped out and tried to get his GED. That was the last I heard of Bob, for a while at least. Fast forward to summer 2 years after graduating. Bob calls me up out of the blue and asks if I'll go camping with him and a friend of his that I don't know. He says that he knows a spot that's totally secluded, and that he would be hiking 5 miles a day. He really tries to sell me on this. He insists that it'll be awesome and fun and that we'll bond. As I listen to him, something from the pit of my stomach says, no, don't do this. Never being especially close to him and not having seen him for 2 years, I thought that it was weird that Bob would call me up. I declined his offer. The following November, Bob is on the news because he's killed his partner. He worked for an armoured van service and stole the money in the armoured van. There were news updates about him fleeing out of the state. He was finally caught, on a routine traffic stop, I believe. Anyway, when his case went to trial, his journal was entered into evidence. The prosecutor said that Bob wrote that he and his friend, the same one that was going on the camping trip, hatched a plan to become professional assassins. I believe that the camping trip he invited me on was all a ruse, so that he could get me into a secluded place, so that he and his friend could practice how to murder someone, namely, me. I was out camping with my mum and my then 6-year-old brother when a white pickup truck pulls up outside our campsite. 3 or 4 guys get out of the truck, all wearing small, bright white lights attached to their hats that blind us from seeing their faces too much. They approach my mum and start asking her questions about who we are and what our plans are for the night. My little brother stared whimpering and stopped eating the Doritos he'd been happily munching on, and I got the impression that my mum was creeped out as well. So the men leave after about 5 minutes, and told my mum that they were official campground employees who were just making sure everyone was alright. Their truck certainly didn't look official, and they weren't wearing anything that would suggest that they were more than just regular, albeit creepy dudes wandering around and being nosy. My mum told my brother and I to get in the car and take only a few essentials with us, like clothes and a bit of food, and we went to my grandmother's house and spent the night there instead. We left the tent at the campsite, giving the illusion that we were still there. The next morning, after we told my grandmother about what happened and that we were suspicious, we went back to the campsite to gather our things and head home. When we pulled up, we immediately noticed that our stuff had been picked through by someone who wasn't us. There were footprints leading up to our tent, and the zipper was stuck, halfway open like someone was trying to close it but didn't succeed. It was closed when we left it. Our sleeping bags also had footprints on them. We never saw those guys again, but we still wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed. My dad was a journalist for most of his life, and is now an author. This is one of his stories from hiking the Appalachian Trail. My dad hiked the trail mostly by himself, but occasionally would run into other hikers and spend a few days hiking and camping with them. He said it was always a pleasant experience, and he made a lot of really good friends. He met Jeff and Molly, a really nice couple, and began hiking with them for a couple of days. After camping with them and becoming fairly good friends, they went their separate ways as my dad pulled out ahead of them. He was about 2 days further down the trail than them when he stopped at a town to get some real food and relax. That's when he found out that Jeff and Molly had been murdered in their sleep by a stranger on the trail. Molly had been raped and was stabbed repeatedly throughout the process, and Jeff was shot. I think that it's absolutely terrifying that my dad had just camped with them. I was about 6 or 7 when my family took a holiday to Disneyland, Florida. I was a fairly aloof child, and stranger danger was something that had been drilled into us at school. My mum was paranoid about us going off with strangers, and was convinced that I was a target, being a blue-eyed blonde kid. All I wanted was my freedom to run around. Nope. From day one, I had a Velcro strap put around my wrist, with a boingy cable linking me to my mum, who wore the other end on her wrist. I was effectively on a lead. A week at Disney on a lead was hell for me, and probably for my parents too. Nowadays you'd call it ADD. Back then it was just called naughty. If I wasn't trying to undo the strap, I was barking like a dog, howling like a dog, or rolling around on the floor. I was a joy of a child. The last day there I had calmed down. Well, I was speaking like a human again, rather than a dog. I begged and begged for my parents to let me off my lead until finally they gave in and said yes, I could take the strap off, but I had to hold one of their hands. Fair deal. All went swimmingly to begin with. I stayed close to my parents, held their hands. As time went by, it became clear I wasn't going to run off. I was allowed moments of freedom. There were so many exciting things for me to see. All my favourite Disney characters waving, my favourite music playing. We began to cross an open area, which I think was generally towards the exit of the park. I was still hands-free. My attention was firmly fixed on Minnie Mouse, who was ahead of me, when my dad grabbed my hand. I stuck to the rules. The deal was I held my parents' hands, so off we went towards the exit to leave. When Dad started running, I began to run too. I wasn't sure where we were running to, but I was a hyperactive child, so in my head I was like, yay, running. Then I heard my mum scream, and I mean scream my name from behind me. I looked over my shoulder to see my mum, my brother, and to my surprise, my dad chasing after me. I felt the hand holding mine tighten, and I looked up at the man I thought was my dad. He was a mid-50s man with grey hair and a grey beard. Not my 40-year-old dad with black hair and no beard. The creepy dude never looked at me once. His face was blank, and he looked pretty calm. My little feet brakes came on out of shock, and I became a lead weight, which, along with the people who stopped around us due to my mum screaming, was enough for my sprinting family to catch up with me. The would-be child abductor then clearly decided that he didn't fancy his chances against my dad, dropping my hand and disappearing. My dad chased after him, and my mum and brother grabbed me. I can't remember much of what happened afterwards. Dad was built for comfort, not speed, so he didn't catch the dude. Mum was hysterical. I was gutted because this meant I was never going to be let off the lead again. My parents saw the police out there, and they said that there were a number of attempted abductions around that time at the Disney park. This was in North Idaho, about 30 minutes away from British Columbia, Canada. It was 2005. I was an 18-year-old high school senior, and was about 3/4 of the way through the year. I'd moved that year and switched to a school about 30 minutes away from where I used to go. I stayed in touch with a few people from my old school, and I got invited to go camping with a few of them over Memorial Weekend, which basically meant getting drunk as fuck in the forest. I invited 2 girls and 1 guy from my new school to come hang out for a night, and met them in the closest town from the campsite, about 40 minutes away. The guy, Jeremy, hopped in my car, and the girls followed me up, and we got to the campsite without incident. This campsite was about 30 minutes away from any signs of human life, outside of a shitty dirt road. The night started off fine, with everyone getting completely trashed, and me beating one of the girls I brought along named Sarah at beer pong. She was very drunk and all over me. I guess to the 18-year-old version of me, that night couldn't have been going any better at that point. At about 12:30 AM, things started to die down, as half of us had already puked and were heading in for the night. And I was much too drunk to even try and fuck Sarah. A lot of the night is still a blur, but I remember climbing into a tent, and there were 5 of us, 3 guys and 2 girls. At around 2:30 AM, I was awakened by the sound of a shotgun. I was still very drunk, and had a hard time processing anything. But in my drunken state, I figured it was one of the people I was camping with being a dick. One of the guys, Brent, had stayed sober the entire night, and had brought his shotgun up with him, so I figured it was him being a prick to everyone who was drunk. I checked my phone and went back to sleep. I fell asleep, and at what I think was around 3 AM, I'm awakened by someone bawling their eyes out, and I'm still having a very hard time processing anything. After about 5 minutes, I realized it's Brent, and I stumbled out of my tent, followed by Jeremy, and I walk out to see Brent is bleeding profusely from his nose and mouth, and I run over to him, stumbling the entire time. I'm then hit over the head with a rock, and knocked unconscious. Everything from this point forward is from Jeremy's point of view. Jeremy to this day is my best friend, and has told me his version of the story many times. He says I passed by a tree, and a large man lunges out and smashed my face with a rock. After hitting me, the man lunges at Jeremy and tackles him straight on his arse. Jeremy at this time was about 5'8" and 140 pounds, and he described the man as at least 6'4" and 280. Jeremy's being choked to death by this wooded monster of a man, and he hears another gunshot from a pistol. Sarah had managed to find a pistol that Brent had also brought along with him, and fired a shot, missing the man by a large amount, but it managed to startle him, and he sprinted off into the woods. They just let him go, and Jeremy drove me and Brent to the hospital. I had 3 broken teeth and a severe concussion, and Brent had part of his tongue mutilated with a knife and a broken nose. Brent has never talked to me or any of my friends from that point on about the trip, or what exactly happened when he was outside alone with the man, and refused to give the police much of a description. Brent still talks in a way that it's noticeable that the tip of his tongue was cut off, about 2 centimeters of it. The man was never caught, and I've never been in the deep forest